All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in a Friday night, and we've got some hoops on in the background. I'm just gonna say it, people. March right now. It's madness. It's madness out there. We've got NBA. We've got the college tournaments heating up, and it's madness on the court. It's madness off the court, people. Playboi Carti is actually dropping. It actually happened. There's a lot to get into tonight. It's not just hoops as well. We got Michigan playing in the tournament a little bit later. Michigan, Purdue. We've got North Carolina versus Duke on in the background right now. We could, I guess, have gone Celtics Heat. That is the NBA TV game. I guess we could go look on what League Pass has got cooking up as well too. But I don't know. I know Cooper Flag is not playing tonight. Unfortunately, Cooper Flag is hurt. So what are the odds, chat? What would have been the odds a week ago that are like, hey, in next week you can bet that Cooper Flag won't be playing and Playboi Carti will have a new album, or the other way around, Cooper Flag will be playing, no Carti album. I mean, we would have bet Cooper Flag all day of the week, people, but. Now, another young generational talent. Is Playboi Carti still a young guy? Is he in like his Tatum years now, where we're like, oh yeah, I guess Playboi Carti isn't one of the next stars? I guess, we had that conversation with all those young guys, Travis and Tyler and Jid and stuff, where it's like, oh yeah, no, now they're actually at the peak of their power. Luka, it's like actually now he's starting to enter his prime years. Of course, just now entering the prime year. He's got all the best years ahead of him. But yeah, it doesn't matter, chat. I think Duke without Cooper Flag, Cooper Flag is obviously maybe the national title type stuff, the hopes, the #1 team in the nation type aspirations you get with having a player like Cooper Flag. But I mean, as Sam, what did Sam say on the last time he was on the stream, chat? That there's multiple All-Stars on this team, chat. Con Knupple's going to be on an All-NBA team. So I think Duke probably wants to be, my guess is, I just have a gut feeling, chat, that John Shire wants to be a good team even if Cooper Flag is not on the court. And North Carolina, again, it is a tough matchup, but they're still not the strongest they've been. We're getting the bloody highlights, chat, from past Duke North Carolina matchups. Some guy cracked the skull open. Not good. But I guess there was a bloody nose situation, maybe a little elbow to the face. I think the thing is, if you actually have a bloody nose, usually the little tissue or the whatever they put up there to stop it, it's a bloody nose. Usually it gets obviously some stuff on it, but that didn't have anything on it. And of course, I think if you look at the replay, the elbow didn't actually hit the face, but maybe I'd have to go back and look at that one correctly. But again, Knuple, Proctor, the big man. Who's the big guy that they had, Chad? Who is that big guy? Who's the center that they had? Because he was the #3 recruit as well. I guess, Harper, Bailey, and Flag were, or not in that order, Chad. Flag was, I don't know why we mentioned him last, of course, but just because we got to mix it, we can't mention him first every time, Chad. We'll be doing that. The projections are anyways that, that'll be happening for years to come. But that will be mentioning first, But is it this guy right here, chat? I think it might be. Yeah, out of Sudan. I think Sam was talking about this guy as well too. Sam has, Sam's just locked in on Duke. Sam's, I think, got a lot of stock in the Duke roster, but that was one of the guys, the high school guys that he was excited about when they recruited. And of course, some of the guys that he was excited about, like Proctor was already there, so you're not necessarily excited about him in terms of the high school type of way. And Knuple, it's just what are we getting here? Obviously he's a Duke guy, but 1-2 today on the assist to turnover ratio. Come on, Con Air. Is there a nickname in there that we need to workshop, chat, for Con Knuple? Who knows? But I also shout out RJ Davis, still chugging along at North Carolina, chat. How many years now has RJ Davis been playing college basketball? I guess we'll take the way of going by the college football page, but is this year 6 for RJ Davis? It may be year 5, which if it's year 5, that's normal extra year senior type stuff. Any guy staying, and the thing is 5 years now, maybe to 5 years back, because it's when guys actually stayed to seniors before they go into the NBA, then staying that 5th year is staying one extra year. So yeah, it still is technically staying one extra year, but now of course guys go as freshmen, so it's a 4th extra year on there technically, chat, I guess, in Rem and Sam math anyways. That's what IT said it adds up to. But Yeah, 5 seasons, I guess, for RJ Davis. So yeah, see, it's just the modern college basketball. Again, 5 seasons is like, I mean, how many seasons did Perry Ellis play? Perry Ellis probably only played like 5 seasons. It's actually the modern college basketball, I think, that they do actually, of course, now are actually playing longer. And the one guy in college football specifically was playing for like 9 years or whatever. Almost played a decade of college football, which is insane, Chad. A decade of college football is insane. An entire college football career, like 9 seasons. Like Mahomes has what, been in the league 8 years, 7 seasons. Like if Mahomes retired right now, he could be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. Like there's multiple guys that have made the Hall of Fame based on, you know, a 7 to 8 season span, regardless of what they did, you know, on the, and not that those other seasons wouldn't have been additive to it. Of course, that would have probably, you know, more contribute to like the all-time status and the greatness of it. But, you know, you could basically, I mean, you could cut out any. I think it's probably like 5 years, I think, is the cutoff for Hall of Fame. I don't know if that's like an unwritten rule or not. And it gets weird as well too. I mean, of course, like, what are those? Obviously, you know, we're talking like 5 of the, you know, the all-time type seasons, not just 5 guys. Maybe in the NBA it is just 5 seasons where he scored 20 points a game. But yeah, 20 points a game last year, first team All-American. Obviously, you know, hasn't quite hit the numbers that he hit last year. But if you're just looking guy that could get hot in the tournament, 5th-year senior RJ Davis, chat, I mean, that could be a pretty interesting bet. I don't know, is North Carolina, they're 22-12, they're going to get in, right? Selection Sunday is Sunday, so make no mistake, we will be live, even though we know nothing about the bracket, we know nothing about the tournament. Concanuple's 3 for 3 tonight, chat. Even though we know nothing about the bracket, we will be live on Selection Sunday. And the center just swallows up a possession. Is it a jump ball? Is it a tie-up? Oh, what a monster block, chat. He ate it up. We need Zeke Elliott out here doing the celebration. That was crazy. Maybe he could give it to this guy. The celebration. Little switching of the trademark. Oh, yeah, that's clean, chat. He snatched it. Baseline out of bounds. I don't know. Did they get him on the body, maybe? On the lower body contact. But Duke with the steal and the turnover. The Duke defense is too much right now. I think, you know, Duke's numbers have been great. I guess I don't know what their offensive numbers have been, right? But their defense has been pretty good. Is that what Sam was saying? And Cooper Flagg was, of course, a lead part of that. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. I don't know if this is breaking news, but it feels like something that we should address, seeing as how it revolves around the home state. Shout out the state of Iowa. I guess, you know, mini shout out to the University of Iowa, even though they are technically a rival school. Again, they are the hometown team. So shout out to them in that state for, you know, and, you know, the hospital. Shout out to the hospital down there as well, too. But their college basketball team, Fran McCaffrey, RIP his head coaching tenure as the Iowa Hawkeyes men's college basketball coach. They have fired him. And I don't know if Fran McCaffrey, obviously he's not on, who's the football coach, Jack? Kurt Ferentz. I just shouted him out and I forgot the coach's name. He's not on Kurt Ferentz level, but I mean, Iowa's obviously been pretty content with just having those coaches just hang around for a long time. And again, like, Kurt Ferentz is like consistently maybe a little bit more in the top 25. Like, he's had runs of actually winning. Oh, this is him as a player, chat. Shout out, I guess, his run as a player. The classic coach, I think, box score here of like 2 points a game, a couple of assists, a couple of rebounds, sort of end of the bench type production. You know, really gets to study that clipboard on the sideline, chat. But as a coach here, 12 years in the tournament. Oh, shout out. Going back to 85, chat. Lehigh, Fran McCaffrey, he's been around. But, yeah, he got to Iowa in 2010. So he's been at Iowa for, you know, 15 seasons at this point. Been quite a bit of a run. But you can see, you know, the inconsistency of making the tournament. He did get up to 3 a couple of times. So 2015-16. And I guess I should mention as well, too, before we go any further, that we will be listening to the Playboi Carti album a little bit later. Don't worry, we will get to it. The album finally dropped, and the Playboi Carti fans can, chat, they can take a deep breath. I guess, chat, you guys are probably Playboi Carti fans, too. But we'll listen to it. We'll listen to it together. We'll go through it. I honestly haven't listened to it yet. I know typically with the album reacts, and with just the new music in general. Not that to say that we're not excited for this one, but with some, it's just like when the album drops, I want to listen to it right away. Like I genuinely want to listen to it right away. So instead of waiting and doing a live listen, again, it's more of a reaction to what we heard. And I guess, chat, with this one, we had some discipline and we were able to say, hey, the album was, postponed / delayed, whatever, for this long. I feel like a couple more hours to wait for the live stream is not gonna really affect it that much more. And I guess, shout out to Playboi Carti as well too. We're not saying that we're not anticipating the album. I mean, we're throwing it on here, chat, the day that it dropped. But yeah, the 25th, back to the Iowa team, chat, 2015-16. Shout out Fran McCaffrey. Who else is talking about Fran McCaffrey and Playboi Carti in the same pod, chat? That's why you subscribe to the Rem and Sam pod. It's just what it is. But Jared Utoff, 18 points a game that year. The Jared Utoff run was pretty. This was a nice little team. Jared Utoff and Peter Jacques. At least that combo was, I think, a fun two-person combo. And Peter Jacques doesn't have the NBA logo here for some reason, but I guess has he never actually checked into an NBA game? Because he's been in the G League, and he did get drafted. He was a second-round draft pick. Make no mistake, chat. Your boy had some Peter Jacques stock. Did he not get drafted? Maybe that's what we were upset about. He got snubbed. We were like, he should probably be in the first round. And make no mistake, again, we had probably been unfortunately proven wrong. But you run an NBA team, you also run, there's all these G League teams attached to it. So if we did take Peter Jacques in the second, then, maybe it doesn't look so bad. And that's where it really matters, where you're picking in the draft. Because if we were already a bad team and we had a high, first-round draft pick, then obviously, we're not going to be taking Peter Jacques in, the top 10 that year that he went out in the draft. But, so, we just we get not necessarily lucky with not getting to take... shout out Peter Jacques, man! Again, this is a pro-Peter Jacques segment, hopefully. But, from just that NBA career standpoint... from the production, the picks, we get what we're talking about here, chat. We kind of get the way the board lays out. We just don't get to really have Peter Jacques in the mix there if we're drafting in the lottery. So if our team stinks, then we somehow do better in the draft, I think, ourselves. But if we were good this year, after what draft would he have been in, the 2017 draft? So if we were good in the 2016-17 NBA season, I guess, if we were the Warriors or the Cavs, or one of those top teams, of course, the Celtics were, the Spurs were, that would have been the last, I think, really good Kawhi season before the 17-18 season. He was hurt, and then, of course, 18-19, he gets traded to Toronto and wins the title. But, if we had input on the San Antonio pick in the first round, we would have pushed for Peter Jacques. We definitely would have. So we would have. It's just the balance of life, chat. If we were a good team, if we were a bad team throughout the year, we would have made one good move in the draft. But if we were a good team throughout the year, we maybe wouldn't have made the most ideal move in the draft. But maybe the room would have talked us into hey, the league is we've been talking to guys. Peter Jacques not going to get picked. So you can just go ahead and just wait for the second round. We'll give in. We can take him in the second round. And then who knows if Peter Jacques was actually on a good team, chat? If Peter Jacques was on the Spurs, if he actually had a chance... Maybe we wouldn't be talking about Peter Jacques. I mean, look at the free throw. 91% from free throw, 38% from three. That senior season. He was a really good three-point shooter, Chad. He had range, size as well, too. Pause. So, I still haven't given up hope. I know he was a senior when he entered the NBA, so it's mid-ish 20s when he's entering the NBA. But, so is he in his 30s now? I mean, he definitely is. We're talking about a draft that was a decade ago almost. But... yeah, I guess that Utah Peter Jacques team was pretty fun. And did they have maybe a better overall lineup at one point? Okay, Aaron White was good. I guess, yeah, they had Peter Jacques, Aaron White, and Jared Utoff all at the same time. But obviously, Jacques not putting up the same. And yeah, Aaron White drafted, second-round pick, 2015 draft to the Wizards. But, teens, chat, for points per game for each season there. You got to give him credit for the production. And I would imagine the other team that Fran McCaffrey had that was the other really successful one, because it looked like he had 2 seasons there that peaked at number 3 overall. My guess is would that be the Luka Garza team? Because he had Garza win Big Ten Player of the Year. He had Keegan Murray win Big Ten Player of the Year. And did Utah win Player of the Year? Are we just going to confuse the computer here, chat? Let's do it. He was all Big Ten and all Big Ten defense. And an All-American as well. Oh, I guess All-American second team, technically. AP All-American third team. So who was Big Ten Player of the Year in 15-16, Chad? Was this like a Trey Burke season? Am I forgetting? Am I not getting my years? Michigan years lined up? 15-16. First team. Oh, Denzel Valentine, chat. This would have been the Denzel Valentine year. Okay, so Michigan State. That's why we blocked it out of our mind. And that's why we're going to block this college basketball season out of our mind, because Michigan State, I believe they picked up the win against Oregon. Again, once the game was closed for a while. It was on the TV at work. And then once we looked up and the score was starting to get out of hand, we were like, oh, no need to look at that game anymore. No more hope for Oregon. Oh, chat, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Shout out to Tom Izzo, man. But the Michigan State success just definitely does not make me sleep good at night, chat. But yeah, AP. Just Player of the Year in general. Denzel Valentine, Player of the Year. Another guy that I definitely would have taken. 14th overall, the Bulls, chat. I would have been all in. Fully supported. I would have fully supported the Denzel Valentine run. And he had a couple of summer league moments as well, too. Which, unfortunately wouldn't have given us extra hope. But maybe that's why the lesson. Is there a lesson in seniors, chat? Is there a pattern that we're seeing? But the problem is, a guy just plays so well in the college level for one season. We're susceptible, chat. It is what it is. That's the nice thing about just viewing the draft from afar is the ability. Like, when you're a team, you can make claims about all the players that you had your stock in, obviously. But at the end of the day, you have to have stock in one guy. And as just a fan of the draft or a fan of a team or whatever, you can look at all of the guys in a class and go, oh, look, I knew he was going to be good. I knew he was going to be good. I knew he was going to be bad. I knew whatever. But, when you're actually on the clock and you have to make one pick and you have to make, it's like the Colts. It's like why I go back to the Colts draft this year, chat. That's just like one of those drafts where if you're taking it seriously as a fan, and I would have honestly, if they go, hey, Rem, you got to make the call on who we're picking here as a defensive player. And maybe if I had been prepped on the call, obviously maybe I would have done even more prep on the defensive line work. But I would have been fully supportive of Latu. And man, shout out Latu. I love Latu. But I'm just saying Verse did have a better season last year. So if you're just looking for at least year one production out of a guy, Verse would have been the better pick. Obviously, Latu going forward, Latu could still have a better career. And I guess, better career, whatever. Could he have important moments when it matters if the Colts build a smart team around him as well, too? The building around Latu, chat. We all know that's the strategy for Indianapolis. But I would have definitely been, and was in the moment okay with Latu as the pick. And again, Verse is just clearly the better guy. And it's like really haunting. It's like, oh man, that's one that we really would have gotten wrong. And again, it's not that we didn't like Verse. Like, we could still look at the draft and go, like, we knew Verse was going to be a really good player. I know that some of the, again, like, you look at all the defensive linemen in that past draft where the Latu was he the first defensive player off the board? And he was the 15th pick. So all of the defensive guys were, a little bit split on what their NFL potential was going to be. And because, they start to go later in the draft, they end up on better teams as well, too. Verse on the Rams is a great landing spot. Turner on the Vikings is a great landing spot. The great coaches, Turner's with Flores, Versus with McVay in Los Angeles. And Murphy with McDonald as well, too, in Seattle. Murphy really showed a lot of upside. Again, Latu showed a lot of upside as well. So Latu's right in the mix with all these guys. I'm just saying that when you narrow it down to the one pick, it really can get it gets crazy, chat. Gets crazy. And I guess, again, 2016 draft, was there another guy that I guess we could have potentially have... We just have to rationalize our Denzel Valentine stock check. It is what it is. Sabonis was off the board. See, Juancho, Hernan Gomez, Yabusele, Wayne Baldwin, Henry Ellison, Malik Beasley. Okay, Siakam goes 27th. You kind of got to take Siakam. DeJounte Murray, 29 to the Spurs. Awesome pick, of course. Patrick McCaw, 38th, three-time champion, Pat McCaw. Niang, 50th. I mean, Niang's got to be up there in points scored for this class, chat. He's going to be top 10. Close. Top 15. He's number 15. Still behind Ben Simmons. I'm not going to lie. If you ask me who had more career points right now in the NBA, Ben Simmons or George Niang, that would be... I think you could trick somebody into saying Niang for sure. Sure, you'd be like, no, Ben Simmons. Got to give Ben Simmons some respect, man. He was good back in the day. What are we talking about? Or if you asked him Jakob Poeltl and Ben Simmons right now, I guess maybe that just is the Ben Simmons conversation, that in his draft class in points scored, he's between Jakob Poeltl and Georges Niang. And Jakob Poeltl was the 9th pick, so, it just shows you the NBA draft, chat. You got the number 1 pick, the number 1 pick, and the 50th pick, or, 1, 2, 3 in some order on the scoring list in that draft. But, again, Murray off the board, Jaylen Brown off the board, Buddy Hield off the board, Sabonis, Brandon Ingram. So you could have gone LeVert, Brogdon, I guess. Beasley's having kind of a, continued impactful year as Detroit continues to surge. But I got to be honest, Timothy Luau Carabao, he had some good moments, showed some range from the perimeter and could definitely go in and heat check a game for sure. Marquise Chris, I'm telling you right now, chat, I'm taking Denzel Valentine over Marquise Chris every day of the week. Give me Denzel Valentine, chat. Death beam pointed at the earth. Give me Denzel Valentine. Chris Dunn over Denzel Valentine. Now unfortunately, Chris Dunn is still in the league, and he is being impactful currently on the Clippers. So his defense might just be a little bit too strong. I'm not going to lie. Chris Dunn might be moving up this list. Number 5 overall pick, and I guess he's 16th, 3,000 career points. He's not really going to, you're not going to make an argument for having him in that spot again in a redraft, but he is proving himself a valuable player. So I know sometimes that's the problem with the draft is you draft a guy like Chris Dunn at 5 because of the baseline of talent that he has. And Chad, this is going to sound crazy, but it's like just because he's playing, you look at these, you're like, okay, we'll take a guy, and if he doesn't necessarily do the offensive thing, we still get a really good defensive guard, then that's a really valuable player. And then you look back at the draft and you go, wait, why did we take a defensive guard like 5th overall in the draft? But I mean, again, you kind of knew what you were getting yourselves into when you maybe saw some offensive upside and then go, okay, if we get a two-way thing with the guard as well too, and his size, it's an intriguing prospect for sure. But it's like just because he maybe didn't hit like some unreasonable ceilings for certain part of his game, then maybe you don't have to, because like Malik Beasley's another example where that's the offense that he's able to provide, the shooting ability and his defensive versatility with his his measurables as well too, chat. I mean, even that's kind of a pause, but with the way he's built, chat, we're not getting any better. But you look at him and go, is the quote unquote baseline of skills that he provides more intriguing than a guy like the defensive guard type prospect? And again, for some reason, you look at the maybe Dunn's defensive ability at the time was a little more set, and maybe his defensive ability right now as well too is a little better than Malik Beasley's. But it's like, okay, he is like becoming the player a little bit, and becoming now as well too, like a decade later. But this is still a version of the player that you were drafting 5th overall for this reason. Again, like the defensive ability and the versatility in the backcourt and some of that stuff. But Duke goes into the half up 20, chat. Up 21, I guess, if we want to give him full credit. So North Carolina's really going to have to dig deep in this. Hubert Davis better lay into this team in the locker room. There better be a fiery speech. There better be a lot of, I don't know. Do we need to does it need to just play Gene Hackman in the locker room, chat? In Hoosiers? Again, RIP. We're still working through the list. And I was on Tubi the other day looking for some movie, and I saw another Gene Hackman movie on there that, we did the whole run of Gene Hackman movies, and I've never seen this one before, chat, and I can't believe that I haven't either, because it's Gene Hackman and John Cusack. It's called Runaway Jury. So, chat, you guys are probably like, how have you not seen Runaway Jury? This is like an all-time classic. But this is a type of movie where, I don't know, it just seems like they can get lost in the shuffle a little bit, and then you need to just have them reemerge on these streaming services. That's why Tubi is so great, because the fact that the original content is not quite there in that way yet. Where, I mean, what is Netflix pushing that is not original content? Like, they have their hits as well too, and there are things that, the natural things that can resurface that get back on the platform. I guess we could log it back in right now. Like, look, there was one old movie that, a couple old movies, like Grown Ups will have its Netflix run and then be back in the top 10. But Grown Ups might be a Max movie as well. When I don't know what streaming service that lives on. But shout out that. Is Carlos Boozer on the halftime for college? Jim Boeheim, Carlos Boozer. Who else do we have here? I think I knew that, chat, but again, it's just a guy that's not been locked in. These are going to be good reminders. That's just like, oh yeah, Jim Boeheim's in the studio now. Shout out. Who else was on there? Jalen Rose, no longer at ESPN. Desmond Howard. Jay Billis. Where's Jay Billis at, chat? Did Jay Billis get fired too? Did they let Jay Billis go? Man, if they let Jay Billis go, then ESPN is really, really done. They really don't know what they're doing. I mean, is there another voice in college basketball? I guess he's probably just doing the primetime game tonight, whatever that is. What's the game after this? He might honestly be calling this game, chat. We just get the volume turned down too low. We can't really hear anything. But so shout out it very well. I mean, Duke, North Carolina tournament. This very well could be a Billis Schulman combination. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, what is this? What did ESPN do to Jay Billis? Pause. And the headline's going to sucker us in as well, too. It's not the ESPN decision that's leaving us confused. It's this vague headline. Conference tournament season is full swing, blah, blah, blah. AC tournament got underway. ESPN analyst Jay Billis, who typically handles coverage of the ACC tournament at the worldwide leader, is not on the call in Charlotte, North Carolina. Instead, Billis is on the call in the SEC matchup. See, chat, this is why the internet sucks sometimes, because he's literally just calling a different game. And it makes a lot of sense as well, too. Like, again, with all due respect to Duke, North Carolina as a great historic matchup and as one of the better rivalries in just sports in general, this season, it's not, is it as equal to a 9-16, a top 25, almost top 15 matchup? Especially, a little bit early in we're still like a round away from maybe some of the major type matchups in the big, heavy top 25 hitters. But then again, I guess I don't really know who's like got eliminated and what the upsets and all that stuff are, chat. But yeah, I guess not very confusing at all. I guess otherwise, other than the fact that, yeah, it's just that he's been typically an ACC guy. But I guess welcome to 2025. Welcome to the new era, chat. SEC, it's on ESPN now. I know it's not just basketball. It's also the football stuff that we know we had to get a little bit used to. The SEC on CBS is no more. So it's not that the ACC on CBS is ACC on ESPN is no more. But now there's just more games in the mix. And if there's going to be a better matchup, then Jay Billis, this is a compliment to Jay Billis. This is like he's not the number one ACC guy. He's the number one college basketball guy for ESPN. So he's going to be calling, the prime-timeiest? Is that count, chat? Prime-timeiest games? He's going to be counting he's going to be calling those games instead of maybe just the standard, ACC kind of rivalry matchups, chat. Corey Alexander and Davey O'Brien are handling ACC coverage. So shout out to Corey Alexander, his big break, chat, on the call for Duke, North Carolina. I guess not his big break because the 1 year that he gets to be on the call, it's like, oh man. But then again, if it was a good matchup, make no mistake, Corey Alexander would probably be doing that Arkansas South Carolina game, and Billis would be over at this one. But Knuppel, is he still perfect, chat? I guess still perfect from 3, 12 points. Only 1 assist in there still. Knuppel definitely, with Cooper Flag out, he definitely doesn't feel the need to necessarily play make, I guess, at all. Just the ball's not moving a lot, chat, for Duke. Not a lot. 1 assist in the starting lineup in the first half. It literally doesn't matter. They're up 20 as well. And it's been some of the defense, some of the transition stuff, a lot of the athletic type buckets, and them just being really overwhelming in this first half. So not even necessarily even the need for assisting in the half, because I guess you can assist in the full court, of course, and ball movement and transition is super important. But a lot of times I think we think about it typically in the half court, in kind of like setting up your offense, in getting into all that stuff. What's going on? Do we need to do a little NBA check in here, chat? I know the Spurs play tonight, but now De'Aaron Fox is out for the season. Or did the Spurs play last night? The Spurs entertain. Yeah, there we go. Spurs Hornets. And let's be honest, chat. Spurs Hornets. We may be more interested in the Hornets roster right now. Shout out Steph Castle. Steph Castle is keeping us interested, of course, in the San Antonio run. But if they shut down Steph Castle for the season, it's gonna be dark times for Spurs fans, and it's gonna be dark times because it shouldn't be dark times with some of the names left. Those are some of the young guys that we've had on the run, on the rise, and again, dark times because of the players that we're losing, not because of the players that are left. But that's crazy, chat. But regardless, if they were still maybe performing at a certain level, it'd be a different outlook on what the season is, because the expectations for the wins and losses are still still one thing. So if you're able to just say, hey, we're now like some of the guys are just have a different green light now and can get up more shots and get more looks, and now it's sort of more run for these guys. But I just don't know how much it matters, chat. I don't know how much it matters because, again, like, they are young guys, but they've been around for a while. And I mean, let's be honest, chat. I think we can all be honest here. I think, unfortunately, we can have a moment of honesty. I don't know why we just feel to have a moment of honesty right now, chat. It is what it is. But it's like any sort of, it's a player, it's a team, it's all this stuff. You can kind of tell right away. And it's not even a visual thing with the teams. I mean, it's a literal results thing with the teams. If the teams are good, they're going to win games, they're going to get results, they're going to be competitive teams. Like, look at the OKC Thunder. Where is OKC at right now for rosters in the league? A season ago they were the youngest roster in the league, so they still got to be bottom 5, chat. Pause. Hey, I don't know. But they're still near the youngest team mix, if they're not the exact youngest team. Let's see if this is like currently up to date here, chat. Oh, is Detroit going to be competitive for that? Yeah, OKC's 26. They're in the bottom 5, chat. They're 5th away. And look at the teams around them. You got New Orleans, Utah, Portland, and Brooklyn, and Chicago. So I guess if we read that, Chicago, OKC, Pelicans, Jazz, Blazers, Brooklyn, from 25 to 30. And you got San Antonio, even a little bit older than OKC, chat. Detroit, a little bit older. Charlotte, I guess, is Grant Williams bringing up the Charlotte age, chat. But then you go, of course, to the guys that are in their prime, and outside of Phoenix being the oldest roster in the league, and of course, the Clippers as well. In Boston, they do have some old guys for sure. Like Horford's definitely bringing up that age a little bit, but they don't have a ton of young guys either. Like, it's a lot of 24, 25 plus. Like, even the rookies that they bring in are older rookies. So again, it's not like an old team, but they're just not like a lot of super young guys on the Celtics to bring that up. But again, they're in the peak right now. The Lakers are in the second tier of contending teams. The Warriors are starting to get back in that mix. The Mavs would be, of course, if everybody was healthy. Milwaukee maybe is not quite in the second mix, but Giannis could get him up in the second mix. You never know. The Knicks, Denver, Cleveland, all sort of at their peak years right now. But again, like, look at the ages of OKC compared to, your favorite team down here, chat. If the talent is there, the talent is there. And OKC's got a lot going for. I mean, for one, you could just say that they're healthy. Like, San Antonio's not healthy, but then again, even healthy, they weren't competing like the Thunder. So it's not a hot take to sit here and say that the San Antonio roster is not the OKC roster at this point. But the bigger picture point is that with the young rosters, I feel like you see what the upside of it is pretty quick. I mean, it's not even just. I guess it could be just any OKC team, Chad. Pick the Durant Westbrook team, pick the Shea teams, like a couple before they brought in Shet, and it was like, oh, they're gonna be, with Chris Paul, being the one veteran guy there, like kind of in the mix, competing for that low seed playoff team. But all of the young teams that eventually become winning teams, like winning teams when they're young, Chad. Or I guess what's the better way? The teams that become teams when they're young. And I know, like, MJ, of course, had to develop into like a, it was into the 90s, 6-7 seasons a little bit before he won his title. LeBron, of course, hopped over teams. He was in the league for a few seasons before he won his title. But a lot of the guys, a lot of the teams, a lot of the impactful players just really have that right away. And again, with the best player, with Wembanyama, like, leading a team, and especially not having the veterans around him the way that he is. Chris Paul is a great veteran presence and a great stabilizer, but he's not a veteran takeover guy as well, who could just, like, oh, Wemby, I guess he can definitely be that if he has to be, but is he your number one option for that? Like, obviously not. But if you need that veteran guy to just step up at the end of game and be like, oh yeah, no, Wemby, don't worry about it. If you're not ready yet, I got it. I get the points. I got the buckets. It's, I'm a veteran. I know how to get into my bag. I'm at that stage of my game. Like, I don't know if Kyrie is. I mean, Durant obviously would be the best, just the peak version of that, where it's like, okay, yeah, is Durant in the regular season the guy that you want to just have every game as the best player in your team at this stage in your career? I mean, again, individual games, yes, but for the course of a season, maybe there's some question marks around that. But next to a young star, next to, I guess, any star, next to Devin, let's say hypothetically put her next to Devin Booker, chat, what would he look like? Oh, wait a second, he's on Phoenix right now, but just that type. He doesn't have that type of veteran presence next to him. But regardless, Shea was in the playoff mix, and San Antonio was nearing that playoff mix. In the second half of the season, Wembanyama, the way he stepped up the season from the first half to the second half last year, chat, was really oh, chat, whoa! Speaking of chat, I'm just rambling about Wembanyama, chat, not paying attention. Wembanyama, we just start staring off into space and thinking about all the potential titles that they were talking about when we got him in the draft. But Playboi Carti, is Sam trying to listen to this Playboi Carti album with us? Uh-oh, chat. Do we need to... Is it too early to take a break? Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to, because we're going to have to invite Sam. But we'll make it quick. So pause. Hey, yo, chat, don't go anywhere. Playboi Carti album's going to... The Playboi Carti album is dropping the same day as a Sam pod, chat. I mean, this might be the best Friday of all time. You're just going to want to stay tuned. Lock in, chat. It is what it is. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back, chat. Having the Zoom set up beforehand actually would have been a nice little head start to help speed up the process, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. So now we're good to go, and Sam will be joining us shortly, chat. Uh, I guess is it like the Sam is like the Playboi Carti of sports media, chat. It's just sometimes it just we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But make no mistake, I think the man will be making an appearance in a little bit. So just stay tuned. But can we pick just right back up where we left up on the Wembanyama? Were we talking about Wembanyama numbers, chat? I don't even know. Sam will probably bring up something about Wembanyama as well too. He's always trying to give us a difficult time by our teams. But we took the opportunity as well too, I guess, it wasn't just all setting up the Zoom. We switched the game over from Duke, North Carolina to Celtics Heat. So shout out to March Madness, shout out to college basketball, shout out to the amazing tournaments that are in progress right now. But unfortunately, that game was a 20-point game, so we had to switch it. And this game is tied at halftime too. So there's some interesting sort of paths crossing here. Not like in an instant sort of big picture way, but just in a right now sort of what is happening with these teams. Yeah, tied 50-50. So in a classic sort of slow slugfesty type Celtics Heat game. But what do we got? The Celtics with 28 threes in the first half, chat. Just once again in that 50. What's the most consecutive games of 50 points or like 50 or more 3-pointers? And how many games have they played since that Thunder game? Was that the last game they played? But the Celtics, of course, I think have dropped the last couple, and the Heat have not necessarily been on a win streak themselves, but there have been some interesting numbers with them with their main players, which they were showing before the games. And I forget who the big three was, chat. They tried to put up a big three for the Heat, and I honestly just have no idea who the third person was that they put up on the stats. But they had hero stats and BAM stats up there over the last couple of games. And it's like, they obviously have like really, really solid numbers. And the problem is, chat, and this is not like, this has been obviously in evolution for a couple years, but the numbers thing for the NBA is just really out of control right now. And it's not, I guess we'd have to look historically. I think historically, of course, the offensive numbers are up. I don't know if they're at like current all-time highs right now, but just with the way that the game is played and the way that it's sort of centric around each player at a time, just the way that these offenses can almost be like homogenous depending on the ball handler that has the ball. Because again, it's all kind of the same action, right, chat? Pause. Like at the same stuff. It's that pick and roll and that spacing and finding the guys and everybody being in their spot, and you just kind of know where the shooters are going to be at if you need to bail out pass. And not that every guy is doing like a James Harden, Luka Doncic impersonation, but there is a simplification and I guess a unification, is that the right way to put it? But any ball handler can sort of run the same offense with any sort of situation that's on the court. So there's just an ease to playing offense right now where, again, I don't know how the numbers compare in history. I'm assuming that they're up there. But for the guys that are actually getting shots and getting touches, their ability to get points and, some of the foul stuff as well, too. Maybe even over the couple seasons before this one necessarily. But just the centric stuff and the pick and roll and how everything can be focused into one scorer can really lead to some of these big numbers. And, you also have to look at Hero and Bam. Like, Hero is, again, kind of the league perimeter. And not that he wasn't already in that mix in Miami with Jimmy Butler there. Jimmy Butler, of course, is kind of a wing guy in a different spot, different position on the court. But, just getting more shots up, more usage as well with a star player gone now. But, and again, his numbers were really, really good. He's like 24 points a game, 40s, high 40s for field goal percentage, 37% from three over that stretch. So really, really solid. And maybe there's, obviously, I guess, we could really go back to find what era that might be like a really great stat. But, even, and with the top guys, obviously, I think the numbers are different. Like, we haven't necessarily been, like, bringing up a lot of stats and stuff this year because, again, it's just really it's really difficult, to try to perspective all this stuff and to just bring up a number for a guy. Because, again, you would look at the Hero number and be like, oh, he's scoring 24 points a game right now, but just the way that the guys are scoring 30 and the way that, again, you can get your points and your assists kind of at the same time. And that not just, that's a style of game. That's also it's also the players that we have in the game as well, too. It's not that Jokic is, of course, benefiting from the style of play. He gets to benefit with that spacing, with that pick and roll stuff, and with having a great, handler over the last couple of seasons like Jamal Murray. But I mean, Jokic is also obviously an all-time great player, so he's probably getting double-digit assists in just any era that he plays in. But like, what is 24 points a game and 46, 36 numbers right now as well too? Like, not that of course efficiency and all that stuff doesn't matter, and you get into the playoffs and stuff gets uglier, and your ability to hit shots in fourth quarter and in clutch moments is always going to be the most important thing. And if you got Duncan Robinson out there spacing the court, draining threes, then life's obviously going to be a lot easier for Tyler Hero. But it's just a little different to try to just put the numbers all right now in perspective. And again, like the talk about with what Shea is doing, with what Jokic is doing, with what Giannis is doing, with what all the star players that we really approve of from an all-time perspective, chat. Like, I guess we can use those stats to back up our opinions. But you could just find crazy stats on everybody. Everybody's scoring a lot of points. Everybody's like kind of efficient too, as well. That's the thing. It's like, again, it's not just even what is 20, like what is 46%. I'm sure it's still like really, really good. I'm sure it's not just looking at that over what would be a season. If we looked at that in that span, it'd be maybe a little bit of a different ranking. Who knows how that would shake out? But, and again, you can always get the top guys in the league are always the most efficient, the most high scoring. But Shea is like the most efficient ever, chat, and putting up as many points as any of these other guys have put up. And there's just more efficient guys, if you can get what I'm grammatically saying there. If my grammar is better than a Bleacher Report post, chat, then hopefully that made sense. But it's just, and again, we like Bam, we like heroes, so it could be an instance where we could use those stats and just because they're not necessarily closing games right now doesn't mean it's not something that they can figure out how to do. Not that those guys are in a figuring out stage of their career, but again, without Jimmy Butler now having a closer and them being in sort of elevated roles, closing games consistently, especially against the good team, because Jimmy Butler, as much as you was like he's not going to be out there, and he did miss big moments and did have some playoff injuries and stuff like that, but he was most of the time actually out there for, and again, in the playoffs down the stretch of the season, like the games that mattered and for the big moments. So it's not like he was leaving Bam and Hero and those guys out to dry all the time on that stuff. Should we actually switch the box score over, chat? Don't worry, Con Canuple. We won't forget about you. We'll go back and look at your points. At some point, Tyrese Proxer. We've still got a little side eye on North Carolina Duke, just in case, chat. But, yeah, what will Miami do with a quarter and three and three quarters and a quarter left to go? Boston's still favored by 7.5, which they're gonna have a run. The 3-point shooting is gonna be crazy at some point. Derek White and Peyton Pritchard are gonna hit 6 threes between the two of them in like 30 seconds and just take the game over. All of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, this is why Boston's like way up there right now. But we do, I think, also need to shout out Steph Curry as well, too, because he became the first ever, he hit a milestone, chat. First ever, of course, it's a 3-point shooting milestone as he continues to just, break ground in those levels. But became the first ever person to hit over 4,000 threes in a season. Or in a season, chat, imagine. In a career. The man has made 4,000 3-pointers in his NBA career. And I guess, if we did some math, we could figure out what the possibilities of him getting to 5K is. You think it took him this long to get to 4K, but then also, you think about how his career started and also just how the game has been able to evolve and how he's been able to take more threes. Like, if we went back and look at the numbers, is his volume, I guess, a reason to pull up the Steph Curry box score, chat. Why not? Why not? But at least for stretches this year, his volume has been at near career high levels. And I feel like his past couple of seasons as well. Yeah, this 20s decade. I mean, yeah, think of these last 5 years have been his highest in volume. Even if, I guess, unfortunately, if we cut out the 15, I guess we can, 2019-20, he got hurt. It was only in those 5 games. So we can't cut that out for that sort of half-decade run. If we go, 2014 to 2019, he is 3 out of those 5 seasons at double digits. And I guess one of them, too, he's at 9.8. So, again, he's like up there for volume in the league. If he's not, honestly, just leading the league outright in 3-point attempts. But he's basically at 11.5 3-point attempts each of the last 5 seasons. And, he's 80, 79, 79 those first 3 years there in that prime run of Golden State, 14, 15, and 16. But in 17, 18 at 51, 69, like, he is at least, 60. He's in that range for games played over the last half decade. So, again, like, how many years would it take him to hit 1,000 3-point? I get that all-time season was that 400 season. But if he's at 250 right now, chat, so, 4 more seasons at 250 makes, I feel like Curry's kind of going to lock that in. I feel like Curry is basically a lock for 4,000. And is he sitting exactly at 4,000 makes right now? Wow, Steph Curry on the dot. I mean, that's how accurate Steph Curry is that he can dial it in just after a game being at 6,000 3-pointers. Or 4,000. We're projecting way out, chat. 6K for Steph Curry. And do they play later? No, they don't have the night game tonight. Shut up, Phoenix, Sacramento. And Denver versus LA. No Doncic. Still no LeBron for LA. So I think Denver is like 15.5-point favorite. So we'll see if we'll be just switching right back over to college basketball once that game starts up. But maybe a little Austin Reeves, Dalton Connect show. If Austin Reeves and Dalton Connect cook the Nuggets tonight, I mean, we might have to actually take the Nuggets out of title contention at that point. But we can only wait and see. You'd assume Jokic just gonna have his way with the Lakers and have his way with the team. It is what it is. But yeah. Anyways, with Steph hitting the 4,000 3-point mark, this was something that I've been thinking about with Steph, and I'm sure somebody else has said this. I think my brother has actually said this a couple times, so I'm just probably subconsciously stealing this take from him. But and maybe he was making this take for Steph Curry as a guard, but I guess I'm just gonna take it and make it even more extreme, chat. And I feel like we've been talking a lot about too, and as I think we'll always do. Just stay subscribed. Make no mistake, we'll always talk a lot about the hypothetical pickup. I guess I gotta be honest. I think that's just the lens that we view the NBA in. If we're trying to build and perfect the ultimate 5-man lineup for whatever pickup game we're playing in, or 5-man lineup slash maybe if you get a full team, like 10-man team, and then the roster and the different combinations of lineups that you can have out there. But just in that thought of taking the guys, because I've always ranked the guy, that's kind of been the way that we view basketball, but the way that we kind of viewed the player rankings as well too, is like, how would we draft the players in that scenario? Because that's even a little different than some of the career stuff where it's like, okay, now I'm getting them for what, a game, a season, and I guess we could come up with however many scenarios we want to use to rank these guys. But it's a more of just a talent on the court thing than a career thing, and it's not a full player ranking as well too. It's not like we would make our full legacy ranking based on that, but I just like to keep that in my mind as the main thing for how to remember a guy's basketball career. But again, I've always kind of associated just that spot in that the hypothetical big board with their basketball talent, and it's always it always is out actually close to the real legacy ranking, where it's like, just take the best player available. MJ is going to be number 1, LeBron's going to be number 2, Bill Russell, Kareem, however you want to make the debate, for third, fourth, fifth, sixth best player in the league, with Kareem, Russell, Magic, Bird, Duncan, all those guys, however you wanted to make the debate, that's the tier of guys, shuffle them around however you want. There's still probably no wrong move. Well, you're going to build your friend in this hypothetical league, your third overall pick, you're going to take Russell instead of Kareem and feel bad about it. You're probably still going to be okay as a franchise, in whatever hypothetical world we're playing in. But I was thinking about it a little bit more from like a realistic kind of GM standpoint, and more of a maybe more of like a positional value type standpoint, where again, like, we could reduce NJ's game down to the sort of on the paper like what he was as a player, and leave out the killer mentality, the aura, the clutchness, and just the fact that everybody in the league and everybody in NBA history would have feared going up against MJ. But you think about a player like that, and you think about a player like LeBron, you think about Kareem, you start getting into really like a one of one, but you start thinking about the uniqueness of the guys. And again, not to say that chat, this is where this is where the adults just turn off the stream if the adults figured out to log into a YouTube live stream. But it's not to say that MJ's not chat, I'm not a one of one, not a LeBron's a one of one, but this is where we're really gonna get crazy. This is just thinking it out, chat. This is, I guess, not saying what we believe. This is just a thought that this is just something I was thinking out. Like, in this drafting situation, a guy like MJ, like, could you draft a guy like T-Mac a couple of rounds later? Like, if we're really fantasy drafting this out, chat, and are you kind of getting the same thing? Again, you're not getting MJ. But you think about, again, I don't know how, is this a 12-person fantasy league, or are we redrafting NBA history and going 30 teams? But, still, you could still probably get Tracy McGrady in the second. And if you're drafting early enough to take MJ as well, too, you're on that turn early in the third. So you'd really have to risk it for getting McGrady in the fourth if we were drafting all 30. But, McGrady in the third, and then, surrounding him with these other talents, it becomes a thing of, like, what kind of team you could build with the types of players. And when you start at least looking at types of players, Steph might be the most valuable one-of-one player of all time, chat. And again, I don't think this is necessarily a hot take, but at least for me, sort of realizing it in this fantasy draft context, where you're like, if you don't get Steph on your team in this scenario, and honestly, it doesn't even matter how many teams are in this league. Is it a 30-person redraft? Is it a 2? Is it me and Sam just redrafting these teams just back and forth, like 1-2? Like, it doesn't really matter. Maybe a 2-person, like it does. Maybe we can take a little more risk with some of the stuff. But in any of these situations, if you don't get Steph on your team, like, who else really are you getting that could replicate Steph Curry? I mean, you can get great floor spacers and great three-point shooters as well, too, like, for sure. And again, maybe this is Steph Curry propaganda, and I'm not saying stretching his value, but it's like LeBron and Magic, and not that you could even get LeBron and Magic in a situation, obviously, on the same team, but do they provide similar roles in a game? And LeBron, I think, has more, especially, of course, as time has gone on, as the game has evolved, and LeBron with it. He's the perimeter stuff is definitely, far exceeded what Magic is capable of. But just in terms of style of player, like the, maybe bigger playmaking forward. And, LeBron does, of course, get into a unique one-on-one. And I don't know, maybe this was a Jordan hot take. Maybe this is when Sam was on here with the LeBron propaganda on the last live stream. Now I'm subconsciously, like, thinking of ways to lose Jordan in, like, a, a number one player ranking context. But, are we going to get up here and say, like, we would rather take Vince Carter in the fifth? Chad, we would rather have, Steph Curry in the first and Vince Carter in the fifth than MJ in the first and Steve Nash in the fifth? But I don't think you get Steve Nash in the fifth. But, again, just types of, like, that might be the second. I mean, Steph Curry for a while there, that was the role. It's like, and, with Steve Kerr being the guy that worked in Phoenix and then getting the job in OKC, there was a real line. And, Steve, and not just with the way Steph played, but Steve Kerr was also bringing elements too, as well, to directly influence Steph with things that they were doing with Steve Nash from those Phoenix Suns teams. But, I mean, it is what it is, Chad. Steph Curry offensively is just multiple levels above Steve Nash, and that's no disrespect to Steve Nash, but the scoring and the spacing and the three-point shooting is just, and not to say that Nash wasn't a great three-point shooter, not to say that Nash couldn't be as equally deadly as you can continue to expand the things that he does, but none of these guys are Steph Curry. And I don't know if we need to do like a full-on NBA like 1-of-1 rankings at some point. But I mean, you think about the center position as well too. Like, again, if you look at point guards, like again the point guard position, like Magic and Isaiah versus Steph. Again, you're gonna be fine with all these guys, but times like Isaiah's a type of guy shooting more 3-pointers. He definitely is still, I think, gonna be very, very deadly. But no disrespect to Isaiah, he's probably just not gonna be Steph Curry level 3-point shooting and not gonna provide you the same sort of level of gravity. And again, like Kareem, man, like, and I was thinking about like if Wemby like hits even some levels of his full ceiling, again, maybe he doesn't, enter, and not saying that he couldn't, maybe he doesn't enter, top 25, top 20, 15, all players of all time, who knows? But if there's a situation where it's like, okay, Kareem's here, but also down the big board, like Wembanyama, you get the size, you get the defense, you get all the stuff, like, but then just the center position as well, where you just have all, Shaq and David Robinson and Hakeem maybe is more like him and Duncan can hybrid, center forwardy type stuff a little bit. But and with how we even like build out teams as well too in the modern NBA with how centers could be used, like certain guys' values. I know like locker room, are we including locker room aspects like peak Dwight Chet? I don't know, the fact that I even brought his name up, like people are gonna start getting mad about that as well too. But it was just, to me, it was just it's like, am I starting to realize that Steph, and it is as well too with the 3-point shooting, the way the game's evolved. Like if you have Steph Curry out there, you have this cheat code in just a certain way. The defensive stuff, you could say we're gonna get a team with a bunch of bigger wings, and yeah, maybe Steph is higher on the all-time rankings than Dominique, but we're still gonna be able. Dominique's still like third or fourth best player on the team, and maybe he's like, he might be second or third in this situation, honestly, if we're doing like an all-time 30. I mean, Dominique's probably like top 50, 55 player of all time. So he's definitely gone by the time the second round's over, for sure. But then again, in the redraft, like, where does Cooper Flag go in the redraft, chat? But over Dominique already, I guess an injured Cooper Flag over peak Dominique Wilkins. We'll put up a poll and see what you guys think. But is that a controversial poll? We'll have to put a couple more options in there to balance it out, I think. But regardless, what would top, like, Dominique Wilkins is top 60 in this redraft. So, second best player of the team. Maybe he's still able to like attack Steph in a way. Like maybe there's an argument there with the wings that you're able to bring in. But Dominique's another one, chat. Like Clyde. Like if you're in the second round, like, and again, I am underestimating the MJ aura of it all. But that's what I'm saying. If we just kind of look at the basketball skills that each of these guys provide, like, it just kind of dawned on me that like, oh man, I might have to, I don't even, again, it's the career stuff as well too. Like, am I saying Steph Curry is the greatest player of all time? Because now I'm putting him over LeBron, chat, and I'm going to have to stay inside the house if I start putting him over LeBron. People are going to get really upset about that. But that's it, from an on the court value standpoint, and it's as well to just the continued realization of how impressive that finals was that he won, and how he's continuing to his performance is getting this Warriors team to the 6th seed. Chad has just been massively impressive. I will always remember this Steph Curry year that maybe they got up to the 5 seed and then win 7 games in the first round and still lost somehow. Who knows? But I'll always remember this Steph Curry season as impressive. Oh, it was Wiggins, Chad. Shout out. It was Wiggins as the third guy in the Heat big three. He's got 17 tonight, 2 for 6 from 3. So, not necessarily a career lights out 3-point shooter, but also, just the fact that you lose your star and now your team's in a different direction. I think Khalil Ware would have been getting minutes anyways, but now you get a different sort of role for him as well too. So do we need to look up the numbers? I need to watch more Miami Heat. I'm not even gonna lie. Khalil Ware, Bam, Hero, and Wiggins. That's kind of a fun lineup. Is that 5? That's 4. Who's the 5th guy out there? Jovic? When he's healthy, I think he's not playing tonight. He's hurt with something. So who knows how long the timeline is for that. We got a Pell Larson performance. The next Heat culture guy, chat. Pell Larson. I think we all saw that coming when the draft, when they picked him up. But that's a fun little, I guess, you could have Duncan Robinson out there as well too, as the 5th guy in that lineup. So there's some fun stuff going on here with Miami. I can see, the numbers. I'm back in, chat. The numbers, they are good. Miami's legit. But, and, not the, again, what is the long-term core of Wiggins, Hero, and Bam? But it is the role. It's complicated to think about how they would get a kind of. I guess you could draft a guy. I guess that would be it, right? If they just drafted a guy at like 16 that was a franchise player, maybe, Donovan Mitchell, Kawhi, Giannis range for. I don't know where they're at in the draft right now, Chad. I don't even know who the swing type player would be, because you think again Paul George was in that range, so that big wing with some maybe potential perimeter upside. So they're at 11 right now, and I don't know if they're at risk if this pick's like lottery protected, if they've got to stay in this range. And with the looks like and they would have that Warriors pick from the Butler trade. So 11 and 22 could give you a little bit of move up range as well, If I'm San Antonio, I haven't fully dug into the draft at this. I haven't fully dug in. I haven't fully dug into the draft at this point yet. But if we're sitting at number 9 and they want to give us, is that too much to throw in 22 to move up 2 spots? It might be. Maybe we have to give up what's our second round pick? Our second round pick's going to Minnesota. Yikes. Oh, 39. We have 39. Or are we getting Minnesota's second? Or wait, is that the Jazz? Did I just subconsciously see the Spurs logo when I didn't? I think I did, chat. I think I just saw the Spurs logo in place of the Jazz logo. I legitimately saw the Spurs logo there for a second. Unless the computer glitched. IT, check the tapes! Did you catch me? Am I biased? I think it did, chat. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. I was like, I don't remember San Antonio getting a 32nd pick from Minnesota. I remember us trading Dillingham away to Minnesota, and getting a 2030 first round pick, but not a 2025 random second rounder. But maybe it got to Jazz through the Spurs, and then they thought that they just hadn't updated. I don't know, chat. But yeah, you got me, chat. Biased Spurs fan here. Hornets, though, with the back-to-back second rounders, that could be a deadly combo, the 33rd and 34th picks. But maybe we throw in 39. If we throw in 39, do we have a pick in the 50s? No pick in the 50s. Maybe a future second, some cash considerations. Who knows, Chad? See, I'm starting to turn into the stingy GM. I don't know, Chad. Giving up my 39th pick to move back 2 spots to get the. I guess we're turning our 9th into an 11, but we're turning our 39th into the 22nd. So you kind of have to do that. And you get Danny Wolf from Michigan. So speaking of guys that could just randomly turn into superstars, Chad, Danny Wolf from Michigan, who should be playing here in a little bit. And we probably should be listening to the Playboi Carti album as well, too. Should we wait for Sam to log on? Make no mistake, I think this Playboi Carti album's like 25 songs. So if we get started without Sam, there'll be plenty of songs for him to listen to and catch up on. It's just what it is. I think an hour 16. So, make no mistake, chat. Obviously, if it's quality, it's quality. And I'll be there for it all hour 16 if it holds up. But 30 songs. Whoa! Playboi Carti. Is he retiring? Is this his last project? He's giving us all the music? But did he add songs? I saw something on every time I log into IG, of course, it's new spoilers about the album. Again, I haven't listened to it yet, so I do want there to be some surprises. I know academics tweeted out the feature list and stuff, but make no mistake, like we said in the past, chat, I don't have the retention of an athlete. So I was like the guy in the huddle that forgot to play right away. I saw that feature list and then immediately scrolled past and was like, wait a second, who was on that album besides Kendrick? It's just, you see Kendrick, you're like, okay, I'm good, I'm moving on. But I did see some other stuff as well, too, about Kendrick for this album. So I don't know how much I'll say, just in case anybody else has saved the listen for right now for some reason. Or, you guys as well, too, just are like, wait a second, Playboi Carti dropped an album? Or you were boycotting Playboi Carti if you didn't see it on there this morning, and now you're like, oh, wait a second, it's finally back on there? Fine, okay. I'll listen to it, I guess. But 30 songs. He gave us the deluxe just immediately. Did they accident? Maybe that's what it was, chat. They just accidentally uploaded the deluxe version of the album instead of the whatever is supposed to be number 1. LeBron said, "Give 2 more for y'all." Playboi Carti said, "Don't even wait, chat." Oh man, 4th quarter tied up. Celtics Heat, 78-78. The regular season check. Where swatting away Pritchard at the rim. Yikes. No Porzingis, obviously. So Spoelstra, you know, he knows how to motivate the guys anyways. Whatever kind of smack talk he can do to get his team to play good against the Boston Celtics. Or is there something those Celtics people are doing to Miami that get him motivated, chat? Who knows? The clashing of... It's some different vibes between Miami and Boston, that's for sure. Oh, Cade on the other end picking up the foul. It is what it is. But, yeah, I guess we could see what else was happening here quick in the other tournament games as well, too, for college. And shout out to the ladies tournaments, chat, as those have wrapped up. And somebody at work was commenting as well, too, about with the merging conferences, how it's weird to see some of these tournament matchups being, like the Big Ten tournament was... I mean, we were talking about the Michigan State earlier. Their win today was against Oregon. So you're looking at the Big Ten tournament, still like trying to register it being a Big Ten tournament game. And again, to go back to the ladies tournament, I think the Big Ten championship this year, well, no, it was UCLA versus USC. So that matchup does make like that's a Pac-12 matchup. You know, it makes sense. Those teams have played each other in championship tournament formats before. But for at least the one labeled the Big Ten tournament, it was a little bit different. But St. John's has stormed out in the second half. Yeah, because they were losing at halftime. 2-point game. Marquette is ranked 25. So if this game was on Billis or on ESPN, we're just calling it Billis now, chat. BILAS instead of ESPN. It is what it is. Shout out Jay Billis. But maybe Jay Billis would be in the mix for this game if it was on ESPN. But no Hauser brothers left on Marquette. No, who's the other guy? Howard, Marcus Howard. He's gone, going pro. So Patino's got this team playing well. Is this a freshman, chat? Like a top 10 recruit type guy? Do we need it? Where's he at in the draft? Is he one of those Spurs picks? Is his name on the list? Zuby? Shout out. Maybe he's like top 10. Or maybe he's just one of those guys that hasn't quite picked up the steam yet in the draft circles. And he'll need to have the rise. Oh, Chad, I'm not seeing his name on here. Is our guy Zuby? So he must be a senior, chat. Teams are out. He's a senior and teams do not want to participate in his future career. But we'll give him one more shot. St. John's, where you at? You got anybody on this? Again, shout out to Danny Wolf being the only Michigan guy making the list. But, oh. St. Joseph's, San Diego State, South Carolina. No St. John's? No love for our guy Zuby? Disrespected, chat. So the Spurs need to keep their eye on this guy as an unrestricted, like a undrafted type free agent. Seems like solid numbers this year. You know, 13 and 8, chat. 57% from the field. What are we looking at here? 6'9", 240. Oh, big man, chat. I feel like a lot of the guys that can be center, probably again 6'9" is he power forward-ish. So, you know, if he doesn't have the range, I get maybe the stock is not there. But a lot of guys, you know, there's a lot of skinny centers right now, chat. Give me a center with some mass. Pause. Hey, yo. It is what it is. You know, sometimes you just got to verbalize what you want from the draft, chat. It is what it is. We're here to speak our minds. So, that's the thing we're looking for right now. Non-skinny centers. So maybe that's just to counterbalance the Wembanyama. It's like we can't afford more skinny. Oh, Cam Jones. Oh, and he's cooking, chat. How do we not notice this the first time around? 10 for 22. Not cooking from 3, unfortunately. 3 for 22, but 24 on the game. At least he's trying to carry. I got 3 minutes left in the game. Down 20. Unfortunately, it's not enough. But there is a tournament run approaching for Marquette. They're ranked, so even this loss will probably not deter them from being one of the top 68 teams in the nation. BYU off of upsetting, or at least taking down Iowa State. I don't know where exactly Iowa State was rating, so how much of an upset that was. But I think Iowa State was the higher ranked team. And North Carolina, making it interesting, Chad. Down 10. It's a rivalry game. Neutral court, I think, does make a big difference for these rivalry games. Like, that's the thing about Michigan, Ohio State that, and I guess I don't know if they do this on purpose for this reason, but, like, if they were in opposite conferences and they had to meet in the, like, they could, I guess, be in opposite conferences and still, like, have the scheduled game every year against each other in the regular season, then, you know, potentially meet in the Big Ten championship. But just having the fact that it's that regular season game scheduled out there means that they have to, you know, go home and home every other year, and they're in those hostile and, or, you know, slash whichever one you're, you know, cheering for slash rooting against, like the hostile or the welcoming environment. And just the crazy, at least like a crazy fandom environment where some of these neutral court sites, you know, and especially, you know, you buy the bundled tickets as well too, like as a quarter of the fans rooting for another team and a quarter for one. And, you know, then you get rooting for players, and it's like, well, Duke would, you know, Cooper Flag, if he's out there, guys might be rooting for Cooper Flag, but unfortunately he's not. So now are the people in the stands just rooting for Con Knuppel? Like, I don't know if he has the same necessarily transcendent sort of quality that Cooper Flag has, but we shouldn't count Con Knuppel out. Or again, North Carolina. You know, in these rivalry games, I think if there's any team that is gonna get motivated to just make a comeback down 20, because I guess some of these teams can be more solidified than not for the tournament. I don't know if North Carolina's on the bubble or anything, but if they're just motivated for pride anyways, at least the rivalry factor of it would get you back in that. Forgetting the fact that, again, the neutral court, the tournaments, all that stuff, like, you're just like, hey, we just don't like it when these guys win basketball games. We're not fans. So here's the run by Boston, chat. 8-0 in the last 90 seconds. They've been waiting to have the little mini push away. Oh, Keita! The Tillman to Keita lob. Keita at baseline. Tillman from the free throw line, sort of top of the paint area. Maybe a dribble in before firing that lob up. So we'll see if Keita's able to knock in both here, chat. Hey, yo, pose. But we've been waiting for them to at least put a little bit of separation between them and the Heat. And I think this might be. The Heat is around the corner for the Miami Heat, chat. It's that time of the game. It's time for the Heat to bail out of the car and just leave whoever else is in there, chat. They're down 9. Down 9 now. Yeah, now that Keita's made back-to-back free throws. Down 9 with 9 minutes left. So, I don't know. I guess, are they at that level of desperate yet? Or are they just in the car going, oh, are we going to have to bail? And we'll just have to see what happens. If there was for some reason, like an alternate version of the ending of Heat where he's like, oh, okay, whew, the coast cleared up. That was a close one. And then they just drive away. Who knows, Chad? I guess is Heat on Tubi? We need to fire Tubi. Were we ranting about Tubi before we noticed Sam was in the chat? Is that what it was, chat? We were ranting about Wembanyama and Tubi? Well, we can't forget about Tubi. Wembanyama will, you know, eventually bring up. And we will bring up again Tubi. But this is what I was saying with some of the streaming services. to bring it back an hour later or whatever. They're, with the way that some of them have focused the original content, or even now you see like the expansion of the streaming service themselves, where not even original content, but like Max is trying to be, you know, the live sports. They've got, you know, the news on there, and they're promoting more things than just a movie or whatever. So, you know, again, if you're going to be even narrowing down your movie promotion, you're probably not going to be promoting some rewatch from 95, unless it's one of those, like Max Goodfellas. Like Goodfellas will always be on the banner because it's one of those movies that you have to have the streaming service for. But it's not, again, one of those like, oh, wait a second, that movie's on here? Like you have this, you need to own that movie on it. That's like a franchise player for a streaming service, which would be a good draft, chat. The build a streaming service draft. And, I don't know, movie, show, couple actors, director. IT could cook up a couple categories, I think, to make that pretty interesting. But, like that has to be a 24/7 just constantly on there. You know that is, oh yeah, the person, I guess, especially now with the ownership element of streaming. Like this person owns it, that's not in risk of ever, at least hopefully, ever being taken off for some reason. And I guess, should we verify that Goodfellas is on Max right now? I'm assuming. And I think like Casino is the type of movie that I think is like a Tubi movie, where when it pops on, and maybe even like I don't know what the Max streaming service or like Hulu or whatever run for Casino would be, but that's not it's always going to be on the streaming service type movie. It feels like it needs to be. If it's not just on a streaming service somewhere, like it's a mistake, but it doesn't need to be on the same one all the time. Like, it's not that same sort of, it could be viewed from a rewatchability standpoint in the same way, but again, just the big word alert, chat, the gravitas of a movie like Casino, again, an all-time movie, hype movie as well too, but just, I mean, we know what we're talking about here with Goodfellas and that type of movie. But like Netflix, some of the stuff, like you're not promoting sort of the rewatchable, and that's why Tubi is great, because it is just all those rewatchable movies. So they're not, again, there is some, like, there's like, I think a Tubi original banner that I said I think because I'm not looking for it, chat, shout out to Tubi originals, but they haven't worked their way in my rotation yet. But it is just relying on all these classics that you need to go back and see, and not necessarily a couple of headline, like maybe like building a Tubi streaming service, like maybe we need to clarify what type of, maybe that's what part of the draft category is, like the streaming service that you're building, because I would actually like assembling or I guess, curating the Tubi library, chat. That would be more fun than curating the Max library. Because I think curating the Max library is more so like, or, like, I guess Netflix is not necessarily, they don't have the movie thing quite to the history, the way so like Paramount and some of these other things do. But I think a lot, like Paramount Plus, I think is just like, hey, just try to buy the rights back for some of these classic movies. Can we get like at least a couple month run for some of the stuff that we own on here? And Paramount is great as well too. They got some of the Eddie Murphy. Like Eddie Murphy is a low key like building block. You get the Beverly Hills Cops and some of the stuff. And Juice, was that the one we looked up a couple? Like that's like a Tupac, chat. A Tubi MVP and a Paramount MVP as well too. Get Rich Die Trying. So I think it's maybe more like the rapper movie sort of collection that is hovering around on Paramount Plus. But yeah, it's not just like a, hey, watch the show, or we have this, we have a show and a live event and a news broadcast and a movie that we're promoting, and then, a stand-up comedy special, and also now here's like a super popular movie that's been rewatched a bunch and everybody's watching that, and maybe you'll like it too. So it gets the algorithm, it gets the populars, it gets the of the collection that we have. Here's the bigger, pause, here's like the more noteworthy stuff, here's sort of the underground classics that might be new to you. But again, it's reliant on it. That's what Tubi is. Tubi is a streaming service for those type of movies, and that's what I think. If the other ones need, and it's not like if they want to be better, they're all kind of better than Tubi in a way right now. Like it's still, I don't know, from a money standpoint, the margins, if we need to check the margins, but like I still think Netflix would rather be Netflix than Tubi. Would we have to ask Ted Sarandos, chat? But if there was a way to sort of implement it's just the DVD bin of streaming, and that's the part of the streaming services that you don't necessarily get, because you do get the big events, and again, you get the big events and all the stuff. There's maybe the TV shows a little bit more so than the movies, but the movie events can be there, and I think fortunately there is and maybe the streaming service stuff debuts weren't as successful during maybe COVID. I don't necessarily know the numbers, but there is a reason that they are going back to theaters, probably from a profit standpoint as well, not just like a big moral like let's keep theaters alive, chat. But at least there is like like movies still need to be in theaters in some sort of way, but you can still do a movie event on Netflix and on Max and on these big streaming services. And we might turn into REMINGTONM Storm Chasers here in a second, chat, because there was some alerts. I don't really know what it was, if it's like tornado or just rain, or there's like, it's also like really like dry and humid, so there's like fire warning. Just make no mistake, chat, it's not a good time right now for a lot of things. So I think if we're not gonna burn up or get swept away or whatever, we may just who knows what'll happen, chat, something. But with Tubi anyways. We'll have Tubi on, with whatever it is. We'll have Tubi on in the background. Make no mistake. Some Set It Off will just eventually pop on and be like, recommend. You want to watch Set It Off next? It's like, well, it's setting off right now, the fire and the tornado. So we might as well just throw on Queen Latifah and go down with the storm. But the other ones don't necessarily have the push in that DVD bin. And as much as movie culture was and the thing is, it maybe does, it's just maybe a little bit more that the problem is maybe it's just a little bit more specific, where it's all sort of algorithm based, whereas back in the day it was just the guy at the DVD store was the algorithm, and then maybe he's biased to his like 7 movies. So it's like, okay, if this person is into this genre, he's gonna recommend this movie. This person is this way, he's probably gonna recommend this movie. So it's like, okay, is it still the same variety? Like whatever, chat. But that was part of movie culture, was the big movie events, which Hollywood as well has argued about. It's just Hollywood in trouble, chat. Speaking of fires and speaking of the industry also on fire, chat, shout out. But with the big movie events and the big crossover type things, they've definitely had moments in the past where they've argued if that'll be the same or not. But that was definitely movie culture in the past. But it was also the DVDs and the movies that would just resurface and have the second life. And again, it's still I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I feel like it doesn't necessarily happen in the same way. And I feel like it happens too, again, with movies that are, it's just like, and maybe it speaks it's a different thing to look at as well too. It speaks to movies that live on in a certain way. Like Grown Ups, again, is like a number 1, like A tier, just rewatchable streaming service movie. It's always going to be in the top 10. Anybody can put it anywhere. Whoa, yikes. is there something? We didn't need to take a break or something? Is there something else that needs to happen after that chat? Whoa, we might actually have to change the conversation. That's crazy. Tyrese Proctor out here, North Carolina, cutting into 4 with 2 minutes left. Hey, yo, shout out to Tar Heels. Do we need to switch this game real fast, chat? We'll just keep an eye on the play-by-play for now, because I guess Minnesota. Chat, I'm a fool. I'm just so ready, queued up and ready to go for Playboi Carti that I'm not even tuning into a second game, second screen, second whatever. Not even risking it. But we'll just have to see what's going on here, chat, with Duke, North Carolina. Hey, with the end of this potentially dramatic now ACC tournament game, chat. Proctor trapped, swallowed up. Hey, yo, pause. We have to change games again. The Duke offense is struggling. Sidestep 3. Is that Roach? No. It's off the mark. Will the veteran experience of North Carolina now matter in a close game? And I guess, Proctor, and there's some guys. Can Proctor have it? They might have to lean on Proctor here. If it's not Knuppel, it's going to be Proctor. But now 4-point game, 2 minutes left. That's like, 3 possessions. But you don't feel too bad about having RJ Davis in this spot. Pick and roll inside. Swatted by Duke. Duke's defense is unstoppable. And it's out of bounds with 2 seconds left on the shot. Oh, they reset it. Chad, is it a foul? He must not have got him clean. It looked like he eventually got the ball, but there must have been too much contact. No replay, a controversial call. The TV crew does not want to do the refs dirty. They do not want to risk any sort of backlash to the potential outcome of this game. So just no replays on what that foul was. We don't need to see it again. It's fine. It is okay, chat. Oh, I'm an idiot. Now I just kicked us out of our... I should have pulled it up on a different thing, chat. Now I just kicked us out of the Boston-Miami game. Defeated the whole point of a second screen. Oh, well. It is what it is. The point was to watch the end of Duke, North Carolina anyways, and here we are. Mission accomplished. North Carolina at the free throw line with a chance to make it a 1-score game. They cut it to 3. 69-72, so a stop. Keep it 1 possession. Because, again, you may only have 2 shots left in this game. Unless there's a couple of free throws, you start playing that sort of game. But really, to set it up and have good looks, full possessions, there's no way you have more than 2 full possessions in this game. Knuppel! Knuppel loses it out of bounds. It'll either be the beginning of the villain arc or a reason why we may, you know, have some of the other guys on the list chat on the draft over Knuppel. I don't know, maybe we would be drafting him for the handle anyways, but regardless, a costly turnover. Trying to get it with his back to the basket, out by the 3-point line, and it just the defensive pressure. He couldn't take it, chat. Pause. Oh, tough 3 for North Carolina. Not the look you want. So the Duke defense responds big, chat. Big defensive possession, and now you're feeling good again. Same spot. The pressure is on North Carolina. Shire with a clutch timeout. How many timeouts do we have left, Shire? 2 now? Oh, 1 now. 1 timeout now, 2 before he called it. Okay, so 50 seconds left. Yeah, start calling that timeout. We're chilling. Get everybody settled down. Been a couple of really tough defensive possessions. None of the offensive guys seem to be getting in their bag, chat. So this is a good time to just draw something up. Give everybody a little breather. Get your right lineups in the game. Get your substitution patterns ready, chat. Let's make sure we're locked in for the last 50 seconds. If we're Hubert Davis, if we're John Shire, if we're Corey Alexander instead of Jay Billis on the call, lock in on the X's and O's, buddy. This is a big moment on the call. Your analysis is going to be living on in replays forever, depending on what Con Knuppel does here at the end. A Con Knuppel buzzer beater, and your reaction is in the highlight, buddy. No pressure, but make sure it's a worthy play call, a play call worthy of the play. Something that we know that Billis and Schumann are capable of, Chad. Again, not that nobody else is capable of it, but it's the player thing. The baseline of Billis and Schulman is a 3-and-D. It's going to be at least a contributing player, and a lot of times it's I guess it is an all-time great. And you know, it's like, I guess if it ever was a bad game, it's like when Tatum has a bad shooting game, I guess, or something like that. One of those guys. I don't know why we think of Tatum first when we think of, you know, down field goal shooting games, Chad. But probably because the Celtics are struggling against the Heat tonight. Oh no. Oh, Michigan already firing up. I thought we had an 8:30 tip on that, but let's go, chat. 8 o'clock. We are hustling. We are off and running. Almost 5 minutes down in the first half, and Michigan with an 8-6 lead. So again, we're ranked. I think Dusty May has turned this team into a tournament team in year 1. We're definitely just playing for seeding at this point, but I mean, we're greedy, chat. A Big Ten tournament win. Who's not licking their chops over that potential possibility? Pause. But Celtics Heat. Did that Celtics lead maintain? They've kept the lead. It's 12 now with 2 minutes left, so we tuned out at the right time. It doesn't matter if we got kicked out of that game or not. Boston is in control when it matters. So they once again close out a game against a team that they should. Proving themselves maybe a little tiny bit in a way. But okay, chat. 32 seconds. Still a 3-point game. What does John Shire and Hubert Davis have up their sleeve, chat, for the last 30 seconds? Seth Trimble, is this a Melo Trimble relative, chat? Shout out Melo Trimble. I'm not just like, oh, they have the same last name, they're related type of guy. I guess I am, chat. You know me. But I'm a big Melo Trimble guy as well, too. Also had a little Melo Trimble stock back in the day. I believe first team all Big Ten guard. I think he might have been an All-American, too, maybe. The Melo Trimble deep dive. Make no mistake, if we ever do a redraft with Melo Trimble in it, he will be redrafted. I don't care if we get to a point in the draft where he's even it doesn't matter if we're like, hey, it's going to be a 6-person redraft of the 20 whatever redraft. It's like, oh, well, I guess the 6th pick then just has to be Melo Trimble, because we're going to be talking about him and talk about the potential career, chat. And I don't think he ever had the perimeter shooting, but, you know, big playmaking point guard. Again, you know, chat, do you want LeBron in the first round or Melo Trimble? I guess Melo Trimble LeBron is not the same. It'd be more like Dyson Daniels, chat. Whatever round you're taking Dyson Daniels in this all-time draft. Big free throws for Trimble. He has the same clutch gene, so I wouldn't be surprised. Do you guys remember Melo Trimble being clutch? I don't know. But he had big moments. He had a good season, some good games, of course, for Maryland. So 1-point game. So Duke, if they get a 2, it's still a 1-score game for North Carolina, and North Carolina could potentially hope for the last shot. Again, how risky do they want to get with some of the tournament stuff and the seeding and having the destiny in their own hands? Do they just want to go, hey, screw it, we ball, chat, we'll put up the 3-pointer as the buzzer beater. If it doesn't go in, we'll lose, and we'll just be a, you know, lower Big Ten, lower Power 5 type seed. Big Ten team soon, chat. Once the ACC folds into the Big Ten, at least I think North Carolina is a Big Ten team. Is the SEC think that that's a hot take? Or are you guys like no, North Carolina's, but I think Duke might be a Big Ten team too. I'm not gonna lie. Duke, I think, might even be more of a Big Ten team than North Carolina. But a lot of white guys on Duke, chat. A lot of white guys in some of these Big Ten rosters. Just a good like white middle linebacker in the Big Ten. I mean, what's more like picture a guy in a thing of football, like an era of football, like white Big Ten linebacker. I mean, you can just think of the memories and the moments and the players and what happened. Okay, this has to be an RJ Davis moment here, chat. Unless Knupple's able to get the stop. Okay, timeout. Do we get a timeout, or is that just a stoppage? Oh, a foul before the inbound. So now, yeah, they're going to force Duke to take the 2 to make it a 2-point game. Or a 3-point game, sorry. Or are they just trying to get it in the bonus? Inbounding. Maybe in the NBA that goes to the line, chat. I don't know. Some of the free throw stuff at the end of the games is a little confusing. But regardless, trying to get him to the line to just take 2. So they want it down 3, of course. I mean, you'd rather have that, of course, than down 4, which is the goal. But, you could also have him down 1 and just take the lead if you go to the basket. If you play defense, like, that's a pretty realistic possibility. Oh, testing 1, 2, 3. Am I back? Okay, there we go. And they're trying to get to the basket as well, too, and scores. So odds are that they're going to try to get it to if they even push. Knuppel in the corner gets it out, chat. Okay. So now we're playing the foul game. They send Duke to the line. 21.7 seconds left. So if you're North Carolina, I guess, if you get a quick 2, then you're probably going to take it. But that becomes sort of a repetitive game after a while. I like it, chat. I like it just going for the win. Do I like going for the end of the game? Sure, but I like going for the win. I like it when the teams just say, hey, we're not trying to do this passive sort of wait till they mess up and then we'll sneak in there and chat. We're never a fan of that move. That's never worked. The best moves are when you go out there and claim them yourselves, chat. When you go out there and claim those victories. When you go out there and just go, hey, we're just going to run down. We're drawing up a 3-point play. We want a 3-pointer here. He missed it, chat. Davis gets the ball across the front court, and they take a timeout, so they will be inbounding from there. 17.6 left, and now it doesn't even matter. Now they can get a shot going to the basket and take the lead. North Carolina with an epic comeback potential. Win probability check for the game. What were we at earlier, chat? Duke peaked at 71%, it looks like. Maybe. 70, 83.9, 94. Oh, I thought this chart was in percentage of the way. 99.1. 99.1. Do you guys hear the thunder rumbling? The storm, it's preparing for the North Carolina takeover. 99.1% chance to win with 8 minutes left in the second. And now North Carolina has a chance to take the lead. Davis, Tremble. And North Carolina has the stars. Oh, man. If only you had Cooper Flag at a time like this, chat. If only you had Cooper Flag. And don't worry, once this game is over, we will be listening to the Playboi Carti album. But all of a sudden, we have drama. We have more drama than Playboi Carti trying to drop a project. It's Duke, North Carolina at the end of the game. RJ Davis. He's got to hold this for the last shot. He gets a switch. Is that Proctor on him? Oh, he gives it up. I don't know who's got it. He's going to the rim. Oh, on the tip. Pause. They missed the initial shot at the rim. Was that Lubin? Lubin missed the initial shot at the rim, and then the offensive rebound did get the make, but I think they called a foul on the initial shot. So the great center for Duke fouls out. Shout out. 2 seconds left. Hopefully they'll be okay without him. But they will have at least an easier bucket, I guess. But RJ Davis from the front court flying in, or from the backcourt, chat, flying in. From the front of the play. Unbelievable. Wow, so you only need one to tie and send it to overtime, at least. So there's really, I think the pressure to make a winning free throw in that situation is a lot less. I know you get that, like, oh, I got to get one. I got to tie it up. But, you're like, yeah, you just got to make one of these. It doesn't matter if you miss just step up and shoot that first one. Pause. Confidently, chat. Hey, yo! We've said that a bunch of times to people for advice on all kinds of things, I only positive advice. I would hope. Hopefully nobody was subconsciously metaphorically asking us for some other stuff. And we're like, yeah, just go ahead and shoot on the first time. Pause. Like, whoa, wait a second. What was that news report we just saw then? First free throw up, off the front of the rim. The pressure got to him. Lubin. Oh, the face, Chad. He's toe. You can see the moment. You can see the scale of it all. You can see him trying to process what this means. They didn't show the percentage on the season, chat. Is he reliable? Maybe not right now. Oh, a little hitch in the jumper. There we go. Oh, a lane violation on North Carolina. North Carolina turns it over, and now Duke still has the lead. What just happened? North Carolina had a putback make and 2 free throw opportunities to take the lead and somehow walk away with 0 points. So shout out to Duke without Cooper Flag. They totally deserve to win this one. It doesn't matter that they blew this lead. Pause. That's incredible. Incredible mismanagement of your opportunity by North Carolina. Good trap in the corner by the Tar Heels. But in some way, a weird 2% makeup for the Chris Webber timeout. A random lane violation in the ACC tournament. Again, it's not Final Four level stuff. I mean, North Carolina can make a run this year, and then all of a sudden now we're looking back laughing at that lane violation. But any moment that any sort of off the play sort of moment that they can have that can cause a mistake for North Carolina, any sort of way that they can replicate the Chris Webber mistake for North Carolina, I'm all in on. We're still working their way back. I think 2% is too generous. Maybe like 0.2%. There's still a long ways to go before. So many plays, so many moments. It would literally have to be the same exact thing, but it would have to be Michigan on defense trapping a guy in the corner, and he calls timeouts with no timeouts on his team, and they get a technical foul and all that stuff. It would literally have to be the same exact situation that benefits Michigan, and then maybe we'd give it I think even like trap in the corner, the Michigan guy passes out, and then the guy for Michigan scores. Like, that would definitely be a lot more bonus points in the makeup, but I don't think that would be a full-on equal repayal for what that moment was. I think it would need to, it's a literal needs to be 1-for-1. It's like, you know, the former Celtic to the Spurs in the finals. It's like it would literally have to be Spurs in the finals from the corner to save face and to save Game 6, and then to go to Game 7 and win Game 7 and have this whole historic thing. Maybe we have to even throw in losing the finals the year before into that mix, just to give the extra motivation as well too for the whole run. But Knuppel will now go to the line with a chance to make it 3. So you'll get a chance at a 3-pointer with about what are we looking at here, chat? 2.8, so about 3 seconds left. You will get a chance to at least attempt a shot. The Tar Heel Hail Mary, chat. If it goes. Ooh. Knuppel. I feel like he is probably maybe a little more confident at the free throw line than Lubin is, chat. Unfortunately for you guys that maybe had any Lubin overs or Tar Heels parlay, any Tar Heel money line as well too, or Tar Heel spread would have been tough. What was this pause? What was this game closing at? Closed for the game, or I guess for the game when the game started, it was at 2.5. Duke -7. Is that right? Oh, I always get it backwards, Chad. It's -7 right now. -2.5 on the current spread. So yeah, they get the 2. They put a couple of tenths back on, so we get a full 3.2. A full 3 seconds is important. Second one up. Knuppel makes them both. They need a heave. They need a 3. Who do they rely on? They get it to half court, and they call a timeout right away. So 2.5, they're able to inbound it immediately to half court. Wow, so Hubert Davis will at least get to draw up a play. At least it'll be sort of, as always in college basketball, and the genius of the coach. And whatever plays he's able to draw up for his team to run, chat. But that, see, those extra tenths basically was like a free inbound to half court almost. So almost a free, not a free timeout, because they would have probably called their timeout with 1.5 or something. I don't know what the rule would have been. If you see the clock at one point, if you see the clock about to go to 0, shoot that baby from wherever you're at. But pause. Yeah. Down 3, 2.5, with the couple extra seconds left over from the addition of the time. Oh, and I thought for a second they made it 3.5, but nope, still 2.5, chat. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's 2.5. No need for some crazy half court. Oh, man. Are we about to witness history, chat? This is why we're here for these moments. Because you never know what can happen in these games. Something historic. Something unrememberable but dominant, but a checkpoint for something. Something that was maybe not rememberable, but was just a swell good time. He gets the inbound in. Turns, fires, it's a tough shot. And it was Lubin again with an opportunity to make up for the missed free throw. The lane violation, costly as ever, chat. Would have tied the game. Oh, emotions running for the players responsible. You hate to see it. You hate to see that it was possibly a couple of things at the end that you could look at, but regardless, you're Duke, you move, or you're North Carolina, you move on. You'll probably be in the tournament, big money school, pretty good record, good resume. Hung with Duke a couple times this year, so legit team with some legit veterans and legit guys, and extra motivated as well too now after a win. So RJ Barrett, Sweet 16 run, chat. Little bracket preview for Selection Sunday. You'll have to stay tuned. You'll have to subscribe, and you'll have to see. But before we get to the brackets, before we get to anything else, I don't really think there is anything else to get to, chat, besides the main event of the evening. Playboi Carti has dropped his new music, I Am album. So I think it's finally time to dive in, fire up the newest project from one of the game's hottest stars, chat. one of the true, I guess, superstars of hip hop. So when we come back after break chat, we will finally dive into Playboi Carti's newest album, I Am Music, live on the pod. Stay tuned. Boom! Here we are, people. Oh, shout out Van Lathan, shout out Rachel Lindsay Heilerling. But it's Playboi Carti time, people, and shout out Dochi as well too. But yeah, it might be a little Doji in the rotation right after this chat, but hey, yo, but anyways, 3, 2, 1 chat, taking it from the top. Playboi Carti, the album is dropped. Here it is. I Am Music. I'm sure you guys have already listened to it because I mean, if you guys weren't ready to listen to it, the anticipation I think was about to. I mean, it was really in for. I thought we were in for a second for like just one of the all-time Carti moments. Okay, I guess we got to go moment of honesty again too for this year, but you know, Carti's off, and you know, we've gone through the numbers for our Spotify rap stuff in the past. It's not like Carti's been way up there in my rotation stuff. It's not always like I'm the main guy. Really, I'm not saying that in a critical type of way. I'm not saying that, you know, new generation Carti does this and it's not whatever and blah blah blah. You know, oh, I like the old school stuff, blah blah. You know. I mean, you can check the rotation. There's definitely a lot of old school stuff in there. It's just, you know, sometimes there's guys that get left out of the mix, and Playboi Carti just happens to be one of those guys sometimes, chat. You know, sometimes Whole Lotta Red and, what's the other one, just self-titled, are not always in the rotation. The Long Time intro and, of course, Shuda with Lil Uzi Vert are both rotation mainstays as well too, both iconic songs. But those are like some songs honestly like obviously, but you know, they almost like transcend the artist, where like the song just kind of becomes the thing, and then it's like that, you know, is Playboi Carti in your rotation, or is the iconic song that they dropped in your rotation? And you know, people might even, the Carti fans are going to argue about what song is the iconic song. Again, that's just the songs that we got hooked on, I guess, from early Carti, and the other ones apparently haven't. Those are still the peak. Those are still Apex Mountain for our guy Playboi Carti. But one of the things that I was just, of course, and what everybody was wondering about with the album was, would the wait be worth it? Not from a quality standpoint, but from a Carti sort of career move standpoint. Like, what is it a good idea to wait this long to put on an album, and not to necessarily just not put it out as well, but to, you know, have maybe some pushbacks, delays, some moments where it seems like there's promo and you're ramping people up for it, and then all of a sudden, you know, we're not getting like, and then even down to literally, it's okay if it's not dropping today, then, you know, last night going into today, it's like, if it's not dropping now, then it's literally just never gonna drop. Like, Playboi Carti's just washed up at this point. But even after a couple hours, because you know, we all went to bed, I guess, for those that didn't stay up, you know, went to bed Thursday night. The album wasn't there because typically, you know, they like noon drop or midnight drops, whatever, but midnight Eastern. So, you know, in the Midwest here, you can get the new stuff on the streaming services by, you know, 11 o'clock. So you could, if you're at least still have a semi-responsible bedtime, you can at least check out the album a little bit before, you know, you're really down for the night. But pause chat. But it wasn't on there, so I was like, okay, maybe I'm just not remembering correctly. Like, yeah, maybe it'll be on there at midnight, and then I guess I'll just be asleep by then. But then when I got up for the gym in the morning, it was not there either, because, and again, I was gonna have the discipline to save this album for right now, Chad. But I just, you know, like, is it actually gonna be there? Is it gonna drop? What is it gonna look like, Chad? Pause. But what is is Playboi Carti actually gonna follow through and put the album out for the people to listen to? And it wasn't there, and I was like, there's no way that this guy is just doing another all-time troll moment, ramp-up moment. There is a big rollout now for the album, and just, he's not going to put it out, or he's going to delay it by a day or a week or whatever. But it's just like, even any, like, delay would just be, like, the next added, just most annoying thing, you know. But, no, a couple hours later, you know, wrap up a little quick workout or whatever, and then right before, you know, whipping up a little breakfast chat, there it is. I Am Music, Playboi Carti, finally hitting the streamers. And again, I gotta say, I think the hype might have actually worked. Now, I haven't like looked online to see what people are saying about this album. I haven't really, so I guess even just the quality of it in general. I guess I don't know what people are reviewing it in that way, but I don't know what the conversation is. I didn't want to see the spoilers and stuff like that, but at least I'm just speaking from my perspective, anyways. At least as maybe a guy that wasn't, again, as a major like Playboi Carti's in the rotation, and again, like Playboi Carti's got 50 plus million people that listen to him on Spotify. Like he doesn't necessarily, you know, need me to get in the rotation. You know, maybe he needs me to be checking out that first week, you know, album, get some good, you know, commercial numbers, kind of help the rest of the success. And, you know, of course, you know, I don't know how many songs you have to have being played in people's, like, I don't know what the qualifications to get a monthly listener is on Spotify. Is it literally just one person listens to a song and then all of a sudden that's, you know, a monthly listener? Like it might be, which, you know, again, maybe there's one or two songs where we check out this album and now all of a sudden, you know, hey, Playboi Carti's now got 50 plus and 1 million listener. But for maybe somebody that would have been okay with, again, maybe not being as, like, I have to check this album out right away, the hype around the album and the, you know, the fandom of Playboi Carti really pushing him, and I don't know, you know, did it work eventually? Like, you know, it took him 5 years or whatever to get the project out, but just the constant conversation around the anticipation of the project is one of the main reasons that I'm actually here, like, checking out. And it's not even that I'm checking it out just to see what's up. I was telling Champ this last time I was hanging out with him. Shout out to Champ. He will be back soon. People, stay tuned. But I was telling this last time I saw him that I'm like actually excited to see what the album is about. And that's, I think it's not a hot take. Again, Playboi Carti is one of the hottest artists, but as a guy that didn't have him as a major player in the rotation, I don't know how that would have been if this would have been just a normal album release, and if Carti is just in the normal cycle. Like, if Carti's just a normal artist, I don't know if I would have been drawn to this album in the same way. And if he's just doing the normal thing, you know, every other year, he gives you a project, it's really good quality, you know, there's hits. I'm not saying that he's not sacrificing his status or whatever in the game by doing that. I'm just saying, I don't know if my instant sort of need in that getting caught up in the hype of it would happen if it didn't build in that kind of way. And it is, you know, a risk you play as well too. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to go back and look today because I was thinking about this at work, of like going back and thinking of like what would be the longest waits between albums, and some of that can get tricky as well too. You know, you get some groups that, like, you know, what's like, did Tribe, like, what's their longest break between albums, or like De La Soul or whatever. But, you know, like people in their runs, you know, like taking 5+ years off to drop them. Like, you know, Kendrick with Mr. Morale was ultimately able to do it, but then he had maybe a different discography, was in a little bit of a different spot in his career than when, you know, where Playboi Carti is at now. Like, he would have had 4 albums under that, and, you know, all the industry accolades at that point too, but 4 albums if you go Section 80 in there. And I guess the, you know, Overly Dedicated, I don't know how many of the Top Dog projects we want to start throwing in this for, you know, discography for that people are going back to. But I would sneaky put it, you know, there's a couple of songs in there for sure that or just, you know, a couple songs that are like in the rotation. Then that you know, that project, you'll throw it on every once in a while and just have good times thinking of those throwback Kendrick days. But you know, maybe he's in this phase, maybe he could enter that phase now with this album and with this discography. And but like at this point in his career, is it a little bit of a risk to go away for 5 years? And 5 years now as well too, maybe it feels a little bit different than 5 years in the past. I mean, I guess, you know, 5 years is 5 years, but and I just the anticipation of people waiting, it's still, you know, the same amount of time, but I guess the way the culture moves around you in those 5 years, it feels like things can pass you by in a different way nowadays than maybe they would have back in the day. And, you know, what is Jid at right now with his album? Like, Forever Story drops in 2022. People are acting like, you know, he's in almost Playboi Carti territory with his album. And he's now, you know, started his pre-rollout for it as well, too, which is really exciting. But is he on, like, this will be, like, the 3rd year of this album? So, you know, he's still kind of in the normal sort of range. You do have Travis, of course, taking 5 years off from Astroworld to Utopia. And Playboi Carti, of course, with some, you know, modeling in some ways, you know, I'll not necessarily modeling with some of these guys coming up at the same time, but, you know, with some similarity, contrasty type stuff with Travis, and obviously, you know, with him on the ASAP label and some of the, you know, it's the ASAP Rocky influence of not dropping an album, you know, six years, Chad. So maybe now that Rocky is free and walking the streets again, maybe the label will pick back up. You know, Playboi Carti's dropping, ASAP will drop this year, and then it'll be business as usual, chat, hopefully. But this I think has worked out, and obviously the album has to hit as well too for it to have that last final push into the, because there is still even that last piece of it of, oh, now I'm the casual checking it out on my own, but now they'll be like, you know, I don't know, is the champ gonna check this out in the first week, where I feel like we're kind of similar Playboi Carti fan, and you know, again, it's not maybe a couple years ago, chat, when we were a little more, you know, possessive of our music opinions, maybe we would have, and maybe, you know, our favorite, when maybe we were a little more competitive, not to say that we're not as competitive now as well too, especially with what, you know, of course we just went through with Kendrick and Drake, but at least from, you know, the way we were having conversations amongst ourselves, where we were like, there's just, you know, how dramatic, you're like, there's just no way this guy's on the level of that guy can't do that guy sucks, that guy does that guy whatever, where you're like totally dismissing, you know, Carti if he's not in your rotation, versus, you know, us as like big juice guys back in the day or whatever, but, or, you know, again, Lil Uzi Vert or something like that. But, you know, if I check out the album and go, okay, there's a couple of songs, like, hey, listen to this one, like, he's, you know, he's going to listen to the recommendations. That's the last piece, is the album actually, you know, hitting enough to be able to, whatever that word of mouth extra bump for that first week number is. And that's not, I think, a big piece of the pie chart. I think the big piece of the pie chart is still the people that check it out on their own for the massive ones, the first week ones, the ones that, of course, grow, you know, the ones that have a second life and grow over time, those, that's obviously because of a word of mouth thing, and that can be, I think, people stumbling on it as well too. But, you know, Doechie's like a perfect example of that, where you know, the album first week number is not like a look back and go, oh, this was a top 10 commercial album of, you know, 2024. But as time goes on, as her notoriety and her celebrity continues to increase, and as, you know, the thing that album kind of benefits as well too from, as this, and it, you know, it's early on in her career, so it's not like she's having this later in her career, but, you know, it's the one album that, not, she's got a couple other projects on there, but it's the one like real full-length project that people can go to, and the numbers for that have really continued to grow and really continue to rise up. And, you know, I don't know what like the certifications on that are right now, but, you know, I imagine like, you know, that album might be like a platinum album at some point down the road, and you're like, wait a second, Alligator Bites Never Heals like sold like 1 million copies in its life, you know, 2 million, you know, whatever, but however it did on the first week because of the word of mouth thing. But again, you still need that for that first week push or whatever to get that final number up. So I don't know exactly what we're gonna look at here for a first week number potential, but I imagine he'll be competing with the top guys. Let me check real quick what A Whole Lot of Red did. Was Whole Lot of, am I crazy for even asking if it was 100K, chat? I mean, the Carti fans are like, yeah, there's no way Carti doing it on 100K. But sometimes you look at the number and go, huh. Again, with modern chat, it was 100K exactly. 100K on the dot. So you're like, see, it was 100K. But I just said, what am I crazy for asking? And the fact that it was literally one off from being not 100K, I feel like that's worth at least asking the question. But again, that's not to now try to turn around and dismiss or whatever. But yeah, if he was doing 100K on A Whole Lot of Red, then if he was in the, I mean, does he just double it with the way that, especially with some of the weekend stuff and the way his fame has continued to rise? He might be in a 200K range. But then what Future and Metro, we have to go back to the list to compare real quick, chat. What did We Don't Trust You do? Because that was, did that do 250? And that's two guys. That's Future and Metro. 251. Yikes. It's research time, chat. I just want to see quick what heroes and villains did first week. Metro, you know, is it on his own? He's got the stacked feature list. 185. So that's not, you know, it's not turned that the other way around and then, you know, Future's less than 100K added to that. But they're probably both in that, you know, 185. You know, Plutoski, or what was the, not Plutoski, what was the name of the Mixtape Pluto? Mixtape Pluto was like a 130-ish first week day. And, you know, a different type of project than like a full-on Future project. And just the third project of the year as well, too. But, you know, they're both 150 to 200 type guys for their album. So is Playboi Carti going to be 250? Because if Playboi Carti does 250 first week, obviously that puts him now in the mix for tier 1, where, I mean, again, you could already argue from just a conversation standpoint, is like the conversation, not even just around the album as well too, but just how, again, polarizing, like, is this a guy that you listen to? Is he in rotation? What songs? What about him? Do you like is this your music taste? If it's not, and again, it's not like he's this super controversial figure. It just seems like there is a lot of conversation around Playboi Carti, or at least we have it anyways, at least, you know, in the groups and the music circles that we run around in. But if he's doing that 250 plus number, then yeah, he's at least, because not to say that Future and Metro aren't A tier guys, but you know, the like real first team, and Future of course was, I think, with the totality of what he was able to put together in 2024, was putting up a first team all, you know, hip hop type numbers. But you know, we know like Kendrick of course is running the game right now, Travis is running the game, Tyler's running the game, you know, Drake's still putting up the numbers, and Drake's still running the game. Like, there's right now, it's, if you just say who are the top guys right now for hip hop, those are just, you know, the first 4 guys that you mentioned. Again, guys, literally 4 guys. So in terms of, I think literally in terms of the streaming numbers as well too. Like, Doechie's album is right in like the top 5, top 7 mix for most streamed daily albums right now. Again, that album just continues to grow in popularity as people discover it. But you know, just to say, it's like, you know, if we were like filtering the NBA stats and there's like a game played stats on it, you know, where it's just like, we know Doechie's like those early Luka Doncic years where it's like, okay, we understand that if we make an exception and filter the stats, she's like right in there. But for now, we'll just filter the stats for the guys that have, you know, dropped a couple albums, and just look at it that way. But again, hopefully that makes sense as like a non-disrespectful way to just highlight who we highlighted. But with those, like, those guys are like kind of the unassailable top guys for the commercial, the conversation, the popularity. And then again, if Carti is in a number with, right, because, you know, Tyler was 290, in the 290 plus, Kendrick is 290 plus. I know Some Sexy Songs for You was 250 as well too, but I think Drake's solo album is probably, you know, at least in that 293. It's at least 300. It's got to be 300, man. Like, if it's not 300, then I might even start being like, oh, okay, we might have to start taking it easy pause. Like, we might have to like say some nice things about Drake and get this man back over 300, because something wouldn't be right about that in the state of, I know, you know, maybe some of the, of course, Kendrick, and maybe some of the true Kendrick people just would be like, yeah, Drake out of the game is great. And if Drake needs to be out of the game, make no mistake, I'm not saying we need to keep, you know, anybody. I think Drake is, well, we'll not speak on. It's all just in the course of a rap beef. But like, maybe some of the music stuff, people like, I don't necessarily need his music in our rotation, but it's fine. It's, you know, I'm fine, chat, if Drake's gonna be successful. That's the world that we grew up knowing. So if everything's changing around us, chat, like, can we keep one thing normal? Not to say that we like replace him back to number 1. I'm just saying, like, if he drops down to like a real different status, it would be coming to grips with it, chat. It'd be like an NBA player. It would be like if we were just like, wait a second, LeBron's just putting up 18 points a game now. Not that, I guess if a Drake solo album did 250, is that 18 points a game? Maybe like, you know, 20, 21, 22. Because it felt like for a second he was close to that. We're like, oh, is LeBron like 20? And, you know, that Tyler Hero, is he in that 23, 20? I think he's kind of still like 24 points a game, but, you know, maybe like 26 actually. And then, you know, the assists and rebounds and the efficiency as well too, is what has continued to improve around that. But anyways, chat, we should actually listen to this album. Jesus Louise. We should actually get into it. It's 30 songs. It's an hour 16. We've given you over 2 hours to pull up the popcorn and get your comfy blankets, and I don't know what you guys have to get prepped to pause to throw on a Playboi Carti album. You might be prepping in some crazy ways, but I Am Music, here it is. The speaker hasn't turned off yet. We've literally been rambling for so long, the speaker just keeps turning off. But it's probably a good thing we did, because the pod is gonna take a bit of a shift right here, people. Like I said, we've normally been reacting to the albums where we haven't had to listen to the full thing live on the pod, but since we're doing that here on YouTube. And since we're still not experts in the copyright rules, we're just going to have to be throwing this baby on mute for a second. So you guys will be able to... Let me check. Is the thing on screen? Here, let me move the... Let me try to move my video around real quick. Because if you guys could at least follow the slider and at least follow the time thing. So, of course, you know, we'll make no mistake, chat. We're cute. We'll go 3, 2, 1, start on firing up the songs and make sure we're all cued in together and timed up, synced up properly. But the little scrubber will be going as well too. Ooh, chat, look at us up at the top of the screen now, seeing everything from a bird's eye view. Shout out Corday. But is Corday featured on this album? Again, I know I don't know what's spoilers, I don't know what's not. Other people have already spoiled it, and you've already probably listened to this album too. So we all know Kendrick is on the album at some point. I would assume Travis is on the album, right? I think Future's on the album, of course. And he did also say on Instagram, did I mention this earlier, about he was one of the reasons I guess he delayed the album, besides him potentially just falling asleep and forgetting to upload it, which is that actually how it works, where again, I think you have to have these things turned in. It's not, is he turning it in at midnight and the label goes, oh man, Playboi Carti, you barely got that in at midnight, now we can push upload on the old thing. Or, you know, Playboi Carti has to literally walk into the office and then hit upload on the computer. Like, I don't think it works that way. Like, I thought they turned the albums in and then, you know, they schedule it like, hey, this goes on the streaming services at midnight or whatever. And then, you know, it would be like Carti not turning it in as the reason. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe Carti just didn't turn it in time to get it up by midnight because of the reasons that he mentioned. Falling asleep and then waking up and realizing he needed to put Young Thug on it. But, yeah, outside of that, we don't know much. We haven't heard singles. Again, scrolling through Instagram, I saw a clip of Kai Cenat and then didn't realize that he was listening to the album. So, like, the first couple of beats of one of the songs that I got. So, there are those couple of spoilers. That's as much as I know. And we will fire up the album right now, chat. So, Pop Out, number 1. Okay, let me actually... Oh, jeez, chat. One more thing. In our Columbo days, let me just get the volume set on the game real fast, because we don't need that in the background anymore. Shout out the... Is this... Did we say that Kentucky, Alabama was Billis Schulman? I forget. But either way, they're going on mute. Okay, chat. Do we just get right into it? 3, 2, 1, and then fire it up? Okay, watch the bottom, like I said. Whoa! But yeah, you can see the song going, but the stream will be on mute while the songs are playing while we listen here, because yeah, we're not gonna get taken down by YouTube. But firing it up, pop it out, track 1. Let's go, chat. Playboi Carti. I am music. Here it is. He's back, chat. Wait, did he say SZA? I mean, chat, we're getting about as aggressive as Playboi. I mean, again, I'm not an expert in the Playboi discography, but I can't imagine that, you know, just his vocal cords can take much more than this. And we saw some of the stuff with some of the clips of him working on his ad libs, of him just, you know, really getting exotic with the type of stuff he was going for. But this is not ad libs; it's just straight bars, chat. Do we have lyrics on here? Do we need to get the genius up for Playboi Carti? What's he saying? I think popping out on her what? Chat, Playboi Carti. See, chat, I don't know what's being, haven't even looked in the playlist right now to see what's being, I guess we can just turn it down a little bit, to see like what's being promoted. It is maybe the labels are going to be just like, the bots are extra on it tonight with the Playboi Carti album. They're just really out there searching for the copyrights. But there's a lot of work as well, too. Make no mistake, everybody will be listening to Playboi Carti. So he might hit 300K with the way, just from YouTubers and Twitch streamers alone. But, this is where we go, okay, I know what this song is, chat. And that's the thing, like, what do we need to listen for lyrics? I guess just in case maybe he drops some stuff in. But what's going on in Playboi Carti's life that he needs to be talking about? Some Iggy, some stuff with Iggy, maybe? Is there some, maybe some stuff with the other people? Like, I don't know, is there going to be some Thug Future? Again, with the Drake Kendrick, he makes some stances. I guess it'll be the features, chat? Okay, chat. Solid start on the intro. I'll give play against 30 songs, so there might be a vision at work here for what he's going for with the sound. Wait, what's going on here at the end? I can't hear. And if there's one thing, not even one thing, but if there is, I guess, you know, to highlight a thing that Carti could potentially really crush in this album. Speaking of crush, song track 2, the transitions on this could go pretty crazy. Solid to from 1 to 2. I wouldn't say it was like a transition that necessarily, it carried through a little bit, but just a good, nice sound from the first to second carries you right in. And this, the ad-lib's a little slower, a little less aggressive. And he's probably not going to linger too long on any of these tracks either, which is nice for a 30-track album. You know, 30, an hour 16, is that the shortest 30-track album of all time, if there's anything to say about 30 tracks? Oh, we got some vocal background, some choir back vocals, chat, backing vocals. What do you call them? What's the technical terms? We need to learn the X's and O terms of the music game. We've actually got a little hook, chat, a little flow going here. I like a little more flow on Carti. Whoa. I'm going back on mute. The timeout, chat. And I will be honest with the playlist saves as well, too. If a playlist save is, if a song is immediately just a playlist worthy, I mean, we're throwing it in. There's no reason not to. There's no reason to not be biased toward, that's the point, right? Be biased toward the tracks. We can be not biased. I guess we can be biased toward the NBA because we were doing it, but If we were gonna try to not be biased toward music, then it's not gonna happen because we'll be biased toward each track. Are you gonna see which playlist I save it into? Let me save this into one real quick and see if it shows on the Spotify. I mean, it's not gonna like bring up the playlist menu the same way, but I guess I don't have it like A+ songs, B+ songs. Oh, I guess it just shows you that I added it. Okay, Crush is in a playlist, chat. It's in a playlist. We're queuing up for another transition here. This song's called K-pop, so will it be K-pop? I don't know if it is. Is this a BTS feature? What are we getting here? K-pop? Kendrick pop? That might be the biggest Kendrick stretch of the whole reaction chat. Pause. And like, you know, Travis, of course, and Kendrick and Future, some of these guys are going to be like distinct vocals. And I guess I don't know. I might actually need to pull up the feature list because make no mistake, I'm going to hear some of these guys going to be like, is that just Playboi Carti doing a voice? Be like, no, it's actually just Don Toliver. But no, Don Toliver's another one. He's pretty unique. But, you know, the top guy, they like Thug, like we're going to be able to. Is Carti just the, who's the best? Is the Frank Caliendo of vocals right now? And you know the thing is, like Future you can hear him like a couple notes. It's like, oh, is that? And I guess you know Carti's copied Future as well too. But just saying, there's a lot. There can be some mix and matchy flows here with some of these guys. Different vocal cadences and tunes and stuff like that. Okay, chat. We're not saying it's an instant playlist save, but to me, it's still better than the intro track. A little, you know, calmer on the stuff. And honestly, that intro track might go crazy. And once we throw that on in the car, like that might be a go-to track. Okay, I think I did see maybe Evil Jordan was in a Rap Caviar. So this might be one of the ones, chat. Ooh, good start. Eerie, chat. Drawn out with the horns. Ooh, the synth pattern kicking in. Oh, triumphant, chat, all of a sudden. This might be one of the ones. 30 songs. There's going to be a couple good ones in here. Oh. Golden buzzer, chat. It's in the playlist. Two Chains. Got on 2 Chains. I guess shout out. We're just going NFR style tonight. We're just head bobs. Maybe a little background every now and then. Hopefully the head bobs aren't trademarked. IT, just blur out the head bobs. Pause. And I am the music drop at the end, chat. I mean, as you would expect with Playboi Carti, you would expect him to, of course, thrive with the production in the tracks. And this one was definitely the best production so far. The way it built up into the beat drop is the best thing on the album. And of course, Carti on the verse, bringing the not, I wouldn't say he like brought a ton of energy on the track, but it was a good flow, I think, for what he was working with there. Definitely, I think, in the lead so far for best songs. I don't know if it's our subconscious telling us that because of what we saw it in the Rap Caviar playlist. But Mojo Jojo, we got some Mojo Jojo on this track, chat. Oh, of course, Cardo on the production for Evil Jordan. Shout out. Did I miss the producer tag? I was probably yelling over the beat drop. Beep, beep, beep. Some Carti ad-libs, chat. Okay, maybe I was still just kind of riding the high of Evil Jordan. It's still a solid track. I'm in. Again, I'm probably going to be more... This is definitely going to be like, a couple of the high points of the album. And, we set in the tone as well, too, with Crush. I don't know what we're getting into. Like, I don't know, early on, what are the high points of the album going to be? Now it's like everything... Instead of it being judged against Crush, now we're judging the next playlist save against Evil Jordan, so... the standard's been raised, chat. The bar has been raised. Is Playboi Carti gonna give a CTE with all the head bobs? He might, chat. See, guys, Travis was on Crush, and I just totally missed it. I'm going back and looking up the tracks now. Totally missed it, chat. Is he on the intro? He's going back and forth with Carti. I feel good, though. I feel like I just validated the playlist save. Didn't even, just totally bypass the Travis feature. Didn't even mention it when it first happened. And this is why we have to be more locked in with the songs as they're happening, chat, because like I said, we'll be missing Filthy on the producers. It doesn't say. Oh, there we go. Travis, there he is. Okay, yeah. You would assume Travis, he's gonna get himself a producer credit on any track he adds in. Okay, chat, there he is, a full Travis verse by himself, standing out on Philly, track 6. So is he just going, okay, act 1 of the album is Travis, is Act 2 gonna be Kendrick? I don't know what else we got later. I mean, Lil Uzi Vert, I would assume. Or I guess if we were just, if Playboi Carti's just back in that bag again. I mean, it's Travis, so we got to add it into the playlist. Travis and Carti. And it doesn't miss either. Travis on some nice production, some nice melodic flows. Oh, Kentucky player getting an elbow to the face. This one's real. He has to go off the court, chat. Shout out to the North Carolina player that got an elbow, but I think he might have flopped a little bit. The Carti flow at the beginning of his verse after Travis there was a little different because Travis was a little like bouncy kind of way through, and Carti was like a little more choppy right off the top. But I guess we're just being nitpicky, chat. Brand new eyes, brand new nose, chat. Travis. Is this what happens when you pay for some certain girlfriend modification? We're back on mute. Timeout, chat. I just put it on timeout. We mute because of copyright reasons and because IT puts us on timeout. So I guess that time was a timeout. Ooh, radar. We got some horns. I'm liking it, chat. Oh, Metro! Am I unmuted, Metro? I was on the beat. That's why the horns are good. His like that bag. Carti heard, is this a pause? Carti heard like that and said, let me get those horns. That is a pause. Hey, yo. It's in the playlist. Golden buzzer. Boom. We need a buzzer for the album reacts, chat. Sorry to all the talent shows out there, but we're going to be stealing your buzzer. I don't know if we can somehow rig the couch to flip around and swivel in these type of situations. If we get swiveling couch with the buzzer, chat, I mean, we might just skyrocket to who knows. Playboi Carti levels, chat. That's the only thing that Playboi Carti's missing in his rollouts, a spinning couch. And Metro knows the assignment. We're getting in and out of this beat in under 2 minutes. Again, if he was cooking this up after like that potentially because of the horns, you know, Carti may have had 20 songs done already. Yeah. Metro like, well, this album's an hour long already. Carti, you only need about 90 more seconds on this. Make this just like a little interlude. But put it in, chat. Pause. It's a playlist song. Oh, 3.5, chat. Rather lie. Carti's got some speaking to do on this track. We better listen. Oh, is this The Weeknd? The Weeknd needs time on a track, chat. Speaking of long albums, Hurry Up Tomorrow was worth every minute, but there's a couple of 5-minuters on there. Oh, testing. I don't know how feature heavy this album's going to be, but I don't want to say the features are carrying the album because that's going to sound a certain way because it's not, again, it's not the way to say that. But the features are adding a certain crossover element. I mean, I'm gravitating, again, toward the songs with the artists that I'm familiar toward that he's crossing over with. Not, again, that he hasn't collaborated with some of these guys in the past. But, you know, for this project, what's going to stick, what's going to not, and at least setting the tone anyway with some strong features is going to get me hyped for the rest of this. Okay, I'm like, hey, okay, Carti. The taste making has always been there. Of course, the ear for production and selecting these features, but he's putting it together again. And we're going to be much more open to maybe tracks 18 through 30, chat. And Kendrick is still on the board. He's saving that Kendrick feature. And I mean, with Carti as well, too, at this point, you know, he's basically... You know, he can basically lock in all these top guys for these features. Not that he could. What was the... Let me look up the feature list for Whole Lotta Red here real fast. Not that that wouldn't have been, you know, a stacked album. Again, chat, you're just like, how does he not know the feature list for Whole Lotta Red right off the top of his head? But, Okay, I didn't know if he had like another, maybe there's like a lower key kind of trap guy on there or not. But yeah, it was Future, Kanye, and Cudi. So I mean, you can't really get much more high level than that, especially 2020, all these guys. But uh, the feature is going to be a little more expansive, of course. Whole Lot of Red was an hour 3, so 6 more songs, 13 more minutes. That's the math is math in there for sure, but the feature math of it, anyways. We're 3 features at 8 songs, and I guess he did go solo for, the last 60% of that album, basically. So we got a Kanye feature at track 2, a Cudi feature at track 5, 6, and then 3 tracks after that. Another future, the future feature, Teen X, and then Vamp Anthem and some stuff, of course, in the back half of this album as well too. I guess what's the B side for a Whole Lot of Red? We don't have the actual vinyl. Send us a picture of that vinyl track list, or we can just look that up. But is there 2 discs for that album? Is there 3? How many discs are gonna be in the I Am Music vinyl, chat? You put 30 songs on a album, that's like 6 discs. It's gonna be crazy. That's like somebody in the 70s is like, that's like their entire decade. That's like their entire collection. They'd be putting out like these 7-song albums. It would take them a lifetime to make an I Am Music's worth. Oh, we're not watching the game, chat. We're watching the game sucking us. Boy, yo, I couldn't even finish that. I probably should have paused to, making it worse, chat. The game is getting us back in. It's actually not even the game. It's the commercial showing just these all-time highlights and the Jadeveon Clowney tackle versus Michigan. Okay, we'll focus back on this. They had to show that one to focus us back on this Playboi Carti album. Okay, we got some fine jizz here. Oh, that was not the right substitution for that word. Yikes, chat. Yikes. Some fine shiz, chat. I don't know what is Shannon ish. What does Shannon Sharp say? Some fine ish. Carti back in his solo bag. Again, some of these solo songs, like we said, we're hyped for them, but they are going to be compared to the standard of the features and and again, the problem is maybe some of the features are just going to be, in general, maybe some cadences and some flows that we're going to be more gravitating toward as well too. Not that we don't respect what Carti does, and not that he can't tap into those bags, but it's he also likes tapping into his other bags as well. Pause. That could honestly be a playlist ad. I might go back and add that one into the playlist. It's definitely not a skip for sure. Backdoor, another 3-minute, so this could be a feature. Could this be Kendrick, finally? I was almost going to sneak and look at the next track feature, but I'm going to wait, chat. I'll be patient. We'll see if we get one here. Unless this is the underground trap guy or it's Carti. Carti is head dealer. Get it dealer. Who is the best rapper that I guess Kanye is the best rapper that he's collabed with, right? But he collabed with him in 2020. Like, I mean, come on. What was so the last song was track 9. So this is track 10 of 30. Oh, here we go. Check Kendrick. Oh, melodic Kendrick. Oh, full on singing, chat. Hanging with Carti. Outperforming, I should say. Playlist at. Look out, SZA. There's some melodic Kendrick that is in the mix now. And obviously, you know, at least for me, Carti is not gonna have the performances that SZA has on these tracks. But that Kendrick performance was, I was vibing with it, chat. Very vibey. And I actually love that we're in this era of Kendrick. I love that Kendrick is just having fun with some of this stuff because I gotta be honest, like I think Kendrick having fun is great, and I think he's as good of as dropping, you know, I don't know what else to call it, but some of the basic lyrical stuff versus when he's not, you know, like I'm full on message telling a story, however he wants to go with that route. When he's just when he's just loose on these tracks, he is as his lyricism is just as clever and as catchy and as fun to listen to, and you know it's still like sexy and it's just all that stuff, chat, that you need from these type of stuff. It just really, he's really as good. Like, you know, you say like Drake is as good as you know, the pop stuff, and you know, of course that's what he was leaning into with his career, and that's, you know, that's I guess, you know, he obviously has done everything in his career, so we're not saying this is disrespect, chat, but you know, he obviously spent more time making and leaning into that bag. But I'm just saying, when Kendrick is in there, he, you know, pause, but when he's attempting that type of stuff, he is as good as pulling it off as anybody else. So I almost want to go back and run that back for the Kendrick feature, but we almost, you know, we glazed Kendrick enough, so we got 20 more songs to listen to. That was the first third of the album done, and 10 songs, great pace. You know, so the next 10 and then the next 10 after that, we'll see if that pace is, you know, if this will be like a get us at track 1 excited, then track 30 we just slums like, oh, yeah, the album at hour 16, like did we make it all the way through? But again, if Carti keeps its energy, if the features keep hitting, chat, then we're in for a ride and it'll be a fun hour 16 here. But and the tracks, nothing too crazy. You get the Weeknd on a bit of a longer track, but he knows how to elevate that stuff. And again, like for the Weeknd, honestly, you know, a 330 is nice for him. Condense it. So that kind of works. Travis and Kendrick fitting in the Carti universe. Of course, like I said, you know, Travis as he would. But I'm all in, chat. I'm all in. And again, it becomes weird for like start being like, well, this, you know, you get to like ranking Kendrick performing, you're like this verse versus this verse and this thing versus this thing. But like rotation, like I still like, you know, Family Ties and the Hillbillies, I play as about as much as any Kendrick song. And, you know, that's why GNX probably gets the rotational play that it does. And it's not to say that those songs that he's dropping that are hits from the other, and you know, like GK, like Good Kid, Mad City, of course, it's all hits and all those songs are still in everybody's rotation. But you know, some of the stuff from the other albums, not to say that he wasn't having hits in those albums, but there is something to the simple lyricism that is just that you gravitate toward, chat. And as much as I love storytelling and complex, it's like I do think a guy needs to be able to do both, honestly. Like, as much as you would look at a guy that could just do the storytelling thing, if it was like, you know, where people put Drake in the just melodic bag sometimes. But should we focus? What was that last song, chat? Was there a feature that we missed? Toxic. Oh, shout out Skepta. Shout out Skepta. Popping up. Wow. It is all legends, chat. I mean, Skepta, a legend in his genre in his own right. And UK legend. Every bit as fitting to be on here with these studs. So, shout out. Sorry we were still rambling about Kendrick. Unfortunate for him. It's like the comedy lineup, chat. Unfortunately, Skepta just had to go after, like, just had to follow Richard Pryor in the lineup. But solid. I was vibing to that song in the background. I don't know, just because the head bobs have slowed down. I mean, this is 30 tracks, chat. So, you know, just because the head bobs have slowed down doesn't mean that the vibe isn't still there. He's still keeping up. He's still keeping us intrigued. But I do think a guy needs to be able to do both. If you look at a guy that could just do, and I don't want to, you know, and I think some of the great guys that do lean into, like the guys that are the lyricists can do both as well too. It's just like that's what they're passionate about, the lyrics and the story that they're telling, and that's what they want to say. But like look at a guy like Jid as well too. Jid's a perfect example where Jid, I mean, can be the most potent lyricist in the game, but in okay, a little beat switch here, Chad, picking up the pace. You saw a little head there? You got me interested there? Munyon? Oh, Chad, this is gonna be me and my white boy bag right here trying to pronounce some of these names. It is what it is. But with what was I saying? I was saying with Kendrick, with Drake. Who did I just mention, Chad? Somebody. Oh, with Jid. He can get into that bag where he's just, talking about girls, talking about life, talking about stuff, and he's hitting all those notes, Chad. You're just like, this is that fun, re-listenable stuff that, at least, and again, I'm still a young guy at heart. I feel like I'm entering and maybe this is the next, and maybe this is just the phase of life that you enter as well too, and maybe. I guess it'll be whenever the attraction to the new stuff sort of wears out. But, you get in that sweet spot where you're like, yeah, I can appreciate some older stuff and still be kept up with on new stuff. But even still, like some of the new stuff, I'm like, oh, Chad, I'm slipping. I'm getting old. I'm like Carti's still mainstream in a new way, but he is still a guy that emerged in like the generation where I was a teen, like the mainstream guys, the new guys still break out, like Big X the Plug, but by the time I get on to listening to Big X the Plug in the rotation, it's like he's already crossed over into mainstream way, and now like you would still like, I think when I first really started getting into him when I first started really getting him into the rotation, he was at like 12 million monthly listeners on Spotify. And he's been up around 1920 since then. So you get 12 million people listening to you on Spotify. Like the man's made it at that point. Yeah, he's at 15.7 right now. Like the man has made it at 15.7. But could he get up into the, I guess the Tyler's even up into a different level right now. We have to adjust the game. Could he get up? Dochi's kind of like where Tyler was at, like emerging artist. Like, ooh, next up, how's she gonna write? I guess maybe she's still, because Tyler, is also from where he was just at with Chromacopia, off of the 3-run album run of Flower Boy, Igor, and the Call Me If You Get Lost. So, Chromacopia now puts him like into that next where Drake was kind of the one guy, like it's like Drake at the top in terms of the numbers, and now it's like Drake and Kendrick, and now the next is like, oh, and even Travis, like I was saying as well too, Travis and Tyler could be in that next tier, but it's almost like a sub tier as well too, again, just because of the careers that Kendrick and Drake have had at this point. It's like just them still elevating commercially at this stage is crazy. But again, it's like it's not a hot take for me to be listening to Big X the Plug at 15. I'm not necessarily discovering Big X before everybody else, but I can still recommend him. There's still people obviously that are listening to him, and there's still levels that he'll be able to climb with his career as well too. But he's another guy, he has both bags. He has the fun bag. He has the lyrical storytelling bag where he's painting, pictures of his life and his background as well too. And, like all the guys that can be successful have that in them. Pause. But, sometimes, again, an artist, maybe like Carti, where you're like, does he get into the lyrical stuff the same way that other guys do? It's like, well, yeah, but is it the same version of a guy being totally lyrical, and one actually better? Like I get, the messaging and the, the beauty of the lyrics. It's hard to like. It's difficult to be like, that is not as good as the Playboi Carti ad-libs. Like, and again, like I don't want to start throwing out lyricists because you're just gonna be like, is this guy like on the all-time ranking? But the commercial, numbers have to mean something at the end. It's like in sports, it's a separating factor in sports. So, is it fair for it to be separating factors in other things? I mean, it's a separating factor in the pod field as well too. We can put if we were making pod tier list chat, we could have some irrational confidence. We would be putting ourselves up a couple of tiers, too high. But there's still an A list, a B list, a C chat. But we're irrational. Once you start getting into that C list, it's like, okay, we get some of the number stuff, but the talent, you put us in a different system, like you never know, chat. I guess YouTube is kind of honestly like how what are you gonna put us on a network, and now we're producers. Now you got producers in our, just leave us on YouTube at that point. And the last thing we need in this room, chat, is a producer on the there's no other place for a producer to sit, so they'd have to be just, I guess, guest on the couch, and now he'd just be leaning over, which is like, oh no, so yeah, I guess YouTube A+ chat. We'll take it in a day. What charge? Oh, chat, we're not listening to Charge Dem Hoes a Fee. We should be locked in. Did we miss any other features? Shout out to Crank. Oh, I scrolled. I spoiled it. Unless I missed the feature on this one already. I'm paying attention about a minute and a half in. I guess as you guys can see on the slider. And we haven't gone mute for a second. So let me check and make sure that YouTube is... Oh, chat, we're going. We are going. We're hacking the system. I shouldn't start talking smack to the bots now because that's when they'll be like, wait a second, what's he saying? Get him! There it is, chat. Future! Future's around. Carti's got to make his... Carti's like, hey, Future's around, you know. I don't know if Carti, maybe, does he have the most respect for Future for some... not for some reason. Future's obviously a legend. And, you know, again, you know, the direct influence of a guy like Kendrick to... From Kendrick to Carti or Future to Carti, like, yeah, it'd probably be, you know, Future to Carti, Jazz. Not that short, not that long of a line to draw. But... It's just like there's a couple of guys at work, chat, you know, every time they walk around, they're like, hey, what's up? Hey, how's it going? Sometimes you gotta be like, sometimes you just gotta have the deepest voice in the room, chat. I guess, is that our just insecurity just full on, just on display right there? But it's sometimes there's a guy where it's like, is that I don't even want to say it's a respect thing, but I guess there's just some guys where you're just like, you know, the voice, chat, it's, I gotta get in some of these other octaves. Apparently, Carti's got similar feelings when he's hanging out with Future. He's a little bit of a different octave bag right here. That's why Carti put that Kendrick feature at track 10, because he knew the Kendrick fans like me that might get a little, you know, they start getting a little, you start losing, I don't want to say losing interest, but, you know, you just start paying attention to other things in the room on track, like, what are we on right now? I guess the numbers are on the computer version. Oh, we're on track 14. You know, you start 11 through 15, maybe we start getting a little like, hey, okay, the album's getting there. But the excitement of the Kendrick feature just carried us through like 4 tracks. And then we got a Future feature on that 4 tracks. So, again, I think Carti just paced it perfectly for us. I don't know if he knew that we were going to be on a live stream talking about Kendrick, but make no mistake, we would have been just having these thoughts about Kendrick anyways. So, we would have been just zoned out. If this album had actually dropped for us to listen to in the gym, we would have been zoned out in the gym thinking about Kendrick's career and then be like, oh, wait a second, Future's on the track now? Okay, wait, I actually do have... Okay, we're hitting the first restart, chat, because was there a vocal sample at the beginning of this one? I'm in! The synth's hit! I'm in! Ooh! Chat! I like the build-up of this one. I don't want to say this is the best build-up since Evil Jordan. I'm going to have to go back and remember. That Metro, obviously. Metro, you know, Metro on the beat. Rather Lie with The Weeknd was a great production as well, too. But I don't know. I like the little vocal sample and the way that synth entered in there. Or, I don't even know if that was really a sample or what. Hey, do what I say. The head bobs are back. Playlist it, and we got a playlist the Future one too. Shout out Future. We were just slacking there. That was definitely a playlist. Charge them hoes a fee. Playlist it right away. Kendrick's back. And he's rapping this time. This might be the first genius poll of the night, chat. Kendrick is getting us to the genius, of course. Okay, since we're going to genius, we're going to throw this one on repeat. The first run it back. Not that this is, again, this was not because we weren't going to run back any run back worthy songs, but we just got to, because Kendrick is rapping, we got to go through the lyrics. So just see what he said. Because also one of the things that Axe said that was happening on this was that he was going to be dissing Drake again. So since I'm rambling here, I can't really hear what he's saying. Oh, he said Carti's his evil twin. And I'm also seeing there's a Luka Doncic reference here. Kendrick, very in the moment. Kendrick giving Carti the best of both performances, chat. Wow, so let's see here what we get on this second Carti or second verse with Kendrick and DJ Swamp Izzo, chat. Kids on my body, that's on my kids. I'm kids with no body, huh? I know it is. I know what this is. The vamps and the boogies we jug. Wait, the genius just cut it. We jug through the party. Playboi Carti, known as King Vamp, of course, releases his album Whole Lotta Red. Blah blah blah. Oh, chat. Genius be spazzing sometimes. When you just click around, let me get back to it here. Oh, actually, here, I'm not even on Genius for the screen. Let me switch it over real quick so you guys can see what is happening. And I'm not even on the Genius page. This is real smooth, chat. Real smooth. Let's get this. Make sure to write browser. Boom, chat. Kendrick on the beat. I don't know if he needs a drop for when he's on performance. He needs like a version of his 6 for, you know, LA or whatever. Kendrick, there's our contribution to the career. But yeah, King Vamp released on Christmas, his own label. Kendrick is known as the Boogeyman, starting all the way back with his album he dropped, referring to himself as the Candyman. It sounds like Heart Part 4 and Element, with people just starting to associate that theme with Boogeyman. It became more widespread after the beef with Drake and songs, and he says, "I'm not like us." Yeah, sometimes you got certified Boogeyman. I'm the one that upped the skull with them. That's right. Okay, what you listening to? Homicide. Oh, they got that X'd out, chat. We probably shouldn't have said that, but Hama X. Patek, a fool, but way over budget. I lose it on tour. I would have said MU2, but you knew that was the list. You knew that the list was full. Having it my way like Usher, dog. Oh, yikes. Oh, after my way. Okay, chat. You know, with some of the Usher stories that have been floated around out there, you got it. It's sometimes it's phrasing. You just got to be clear in 2025 what you mean by have it my way like Usher, dog. Yikes. And this is when the producer on the couch leads and it says, "You're on time." Oh, wait. Red and Blue Eyed Gushers, yeah, the fruit snacks. Up the score. Like Rucker. Back with the up the score. Kendrick, he's just putting up points right now. It is what it is. Up in the score is totally correct. Drop. KKK. Oh, that was not. Once again, not the best way to summarize. Oh, sometimes you try hard and you end up making it worse off. But we would have just been better off reading the words. It didn't even have the third kill in there, chat. It was literally just 2 kills. Is what it is. But all apologies, chat. Apologies. Drop, die, unalive. Watch. I can't read, chat. Illini go big. White. I'm just gonna pull the Kevin Garnett and just read it real fast. Illini go big. White gold link fall on the belly. Emerald cuff off of hers that be on point like ASAP Relly. Okay. Kendrick. Oh, wait, we weren't looking at the Family Matters. This could resemble, oh, drop. Okay, for sure. Academic spoiled, quote unquote, the surprise features that hint that Kendrick would diss Drake. So yeah, that was part of it. It's like, is Ack getting out in front of it, or is, this part of the rollout where, not that is Carti like messaging Ack, like be like, hey, like, get the features out there, but Ack, of course, as controversial as he is sometimes, is still a leader in the industry, and he is gonna find his way into information if it's out there. So if it's like a Woj situation, and Woj of course got to the point where people would just be like, hey Woj, this is what's happening, just tweet this out. But like that insider sort of early, now it's like, do we shout out lesser insiders, chat, that would have to not getting the text right off the bat? But and again, I think a lot of insider is that relationship, direct connection. So I'm not properly describing the job of an insider too by saying they're like, hey, word on the street, hearing it, because that's also not like sourcing it properly either. But you get what we're saying, like if Carti's like, hey, like this information is out there, and if it gets leaked, it is what it is, blah blah blah. Oh, breaking news: Cooper flagged to miss ACC title game, and we got to interrupt the Carti reaction with some Cooper flag news, of course. But yeah, just ripping off a flow. Not necessarily saying anything too crazy at this point. Emerald Cuff off his or hers. Yeah, like we said. ASAP Relly. Compliment choice of jewelry. And Emerald Cuff. Kendrick uses a smile. Comparing style being on point. Meaning exactly. Blah, 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 blah. Relly, Rocky. So mentioning all that stuff. Oh, yeah. Did we get the Luka Doncic line about to happen? I'm talking about, numbers is nothing. Money is nothing. I really been him, I promise. Say Kenny been heavy out west. I'm carrying weight. I'm Luka Doncic. Now that Doncic is, of course, in the West Coast. Oh, carrying weight. I just got that before. Yeah, I was like, wait a second. Carrying weight, chat. Yikes, Luka Doncic. I thought Axe said that he was dissing Drake in this song. Turns out Luka Doncic is catching strays. So if the trade wasn't motivation enough for Luka to get in the gym, chat, this song will forever live on Playboi Carti's album that says, I carry weight like I'm Luka Doncic. Yikes. But also a compliment because he's saying it in a complimentary. He said, I'm really him. I'm carrying weight. But I guess he could have mentioned a player that is just heavy and not Luka Doncic, But again, he has to rhyme it with promise as well too. So, is there a heavy set player whose name's over the promise? If we were a better rapper, had a better freestyler, we could just, freestyle just some guy on the Pelicans, Kyra Lewis. But Kyra Lewis is also a, undersized, skinny guard. So once again, just not a great freestyler or writer. We'd be like on Basketball Reference, like trying to find, the perfect name to put in for that spot. But shout out Doncic. The man is, of course, not playing tonight, but getting back on track with what he's been doing in LA. So even if he's carrying a little extra weight, it seems like the Lakers are on pace to do something special with him and Bron both healthy out on the court. Conspiracy theories is given, but I must admit it, you got the wrong person. They bundling, man, Chicago slang. Which one of y'all merch it? Yeah, merch it. Cardo, my evil twin. Carti, my evil twin. My skin's smoother. My teeth is whiter. My stride is longer. My thoughts is brighter. The hate gets real. The hate gets realer. The love gets fake. But when you this great, that's how you should like it. That's how you should like it, chat. You should like it like that. You like that? Was that a miss by Metro not sampling Kirk Cousins in the Like That song? Maybe that's a miss by us bringing up Kirk Cousins in a Metro. Like the Kirk Cousins Metro crossover? I don't know. It could happen. Kirk Cousins. In Atlanta now. I mean, he could literally just get him in the booth. He wouldn't even have to sample the original recording. He got live instrumentation. Kirk Cousins, you like that? Just in the mic, on the booth? Potentially? Okay, how many times have we run this track back, chat? Like 3 or 4, so we're going to be getting more Playboi Carti on the algorithm, I guess. Because this good credit, Spotify's be like, you like good credit, huh? Or is it the Kendrick feature? The phone's listening, so it probably knows what we're saying. Or it's going to be suggesting us songs with Luka Doncic and or other NBA player names as well, too, because we mentioned that a lot. So, I guess Genius didn't say a ton about him dissing Drake, but I don't know why there's not an annotation here for I would have said FU2, but you knew that the list was full. Because, I mean, obviously if he's, talking like that about anybody just directly, it would have had. But am I an idiot, chat? Who's Patek? Is he talking about... Is he talking about a gun? Wait, we can't look it up. Oh, there we go. Oh, a watch, chat. So you see why we're not caught up on why we may know what this is. 134K? 1.4 milli? Patek flooded? So, chat, I'm not a watch guy. Is that... Oh, just diamonds. Okay. I was like, what does that mean when you're watch? But yeah, okay. I'm back. We'll be in our white bag a little bit, but sometimes words, they just become so culturally relevant that we can... Eventually, it'll click what that means. But a milli for this one, chat? 995? Yikes. 120. I'm looking at these 120 like, oh, man, we can get a Patek for 120? Not a bad deal on eBay, though. 40K IT, put in the bid. What's the resale value on that? Are these just like the low-key Pateks, though? So he said his was flooded, so... Is it this one here? The 130... Did he get his Patek from Walmart? 137? Does it have to... See, this is where I'm in my white bag, chat. Does it have to be diamonds? Can a stainless steel... Can a stainless steel watch be considered flooded? I don't think so, chat. But maybe I'm wrong. IT, somebody correct me. Somebody, please. I guess it could... It doesn't have to be... Doesn't have to be silver. It could be this rose gold one for $500,000 on eBay. Is there a Patek website? See you back, baby boy. Next track up. Carti, keeping us entertained. Keeping the Carti fans entertained as well, too. I'm sure the Carti fans are at no skips at this point. Because I'm going to say, they're, like, for me, they're... I wouldn't say... And again, I'm not the judge of, like... Even sometimes, like... Because, again, Carti is... Obviously, in that trap type of genre, that sound cloudy type. I don't even know if you can really put him in a type of thing, though, because Carti almost kind of obviously created a lane. But even as like most guys that are original in his lane, he's still the one that is like, the most original and most unique at doing it. Pause. So sometimes it's like, even again with some of the uniqueness in his production, I don't even want to say like, if it's not what I'm going for first time, then I need to give it that, benefit of the doubt and really make sure I'm listening to it properly. But again, and not that it's like I've ever listened to Playboi Carti go, oh, skip bad, blah, 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 because, like I said, we were revisiting those hits anyways. But for this, there's not like that skip, that bad song that, and it's Playboi Carti is like be a terror, if an album had like a full on skip, that'd be kind of crazy. But yeah, he's, crushing it so far, chat. Patek shopping. Live on the Playboi card. Or is this like the type of... Yeah, see, this is what happens when you shop for these rich people things, chat. I don't know why I even say that disparagingly, because I can sit here and play like the good person, the Robin Hood, chat. But let's be honest. We would all love to have a Patek in our collection. Because what do they say? Like, I mean, these guys have accounts as well, too. So not they're like always following their accountant. But you'd assume Kendrick would be on the more reasonable side. So he's not just like... Oh, I have this amount of money. I guess I can buy a Patek. I'm assuming he's got the percentages worked. What was that? He did that one crypto or Cash App commercial where he talks about like it's in the pop out where he's like, you got a budget, you got to save for, you got to invest in yourself, you got to invest a little bit in yourself now to be better in the future. Blah blah blah. But it's almost like he was doing like hood translator for the investor guy for what was going on in this app stuff. It's like a Key and Peele bit, but like serious. But he would have like the percentages worked out for like, okay, a watch needs to be this percent of my budget. So yeah, I mean, like we would all, love to be in the position to be to get a Patek as reasonably as Kendrick might have gotten a Patek. And not to say that you need to wait all the way to you can afford it, but just like as close as you can. to get pocket watches. Whoa, the Patek pocket watch would be a crazy move, chat. Our pocket watch is back in. Little St. Patty's Day vibe here with the green. Shout out. There was the special at work right now, of course, for St. Patty's Day is like a green drink. So there's like a group of guys over at the bar, and one of the guys ordered it without realizing how like dramatically green it would be, and then it was just like everybody just making fun of this guy, like, oh, this guy got the green St. Patty's Day drink. So classic. There wasn't any Irish accent, so I don't know if it was full. It was like a full St. Patty's Day corner over there, Jeff. But yeah, the producer says we're back on mute. But you know, it was definitely a classic situation of. And it was not like, you know, guys my age. It was like, yeah, call them adults. Like, you know, guys in their full-on working class families, like away from everybody, like making fun of their boy because his drink he got was too green. It gave me hope, chat. It gave me hope for the future that, you know, one day the champ's going to order a drink that's just like overly green on St. Patrick's Day. It's going to be like, Shout out to maybe some classic Bill Burr bits out there. But, you know, we would definitely be making fun of the champ for getting certain stuff. Jumpin', chat? Jumpin's getting me hooked back in. We got a nice little whoa. I like what we got going with this one. Oh, Lil Uzi Vert. I didn't even have it turned up loud enough to understand who was singing. Rapping, whatever you want to call it. Unfortunately, it's not Shuda, but it's another playlist save for sure. If we're saving these features, let's go, chat. I'm in. Up next. Who's that? Future's back. Wait, I missed Travis on Wake Up Filthy. What were we rambling about? I'm going back and catching up. Okay, we got to go back, chat. If you guys are following the play along on the bottom of the screen, here you see, we'll go back here. Waking Up Filthy starting now. So we're going back to track 17 with Waking Up Filthy. We got to see Travis. What happened with Travis on this track? How did I not get... Poor Travis right now. I'm just not paying attention when Travis songs are on. Oh, and I like the production, too, to start. How did I miss this? I had it turned down too quiet. Just rambling about... I don't even remember, chat. Something sports. It's got to be another Travis production right here. Oh, Filthy and BNX. Or BYNX, shout out. Point being, a couple of strong producers on this track, for sure. And this could be a sample. I got to go back and go through Carti's discography and see, like, what the samples are. I mean, of course, you know, some of the iconic tracks, iconic samples, but this loop, chat. Another playlist save. Carti right now is batting a pretty good percentage, man. The man is putting up songs. I'm scrolling through. And there's so many songs, and like some of them are not saying. It's like, okay, they're misses, but this album's so long that there's gonna be like 20 plus saves in this album potentially. What are we at right now? We gotta go back to, like, you know, Toxic. Was somebody featured on that? Why did I not save Toxic? What was going on with there? Was I not paying attention? Oh, that was a Skepta one, chat. Save it! Go back. We can always take it back out. Pause. Oh, there's a Travis going for it. Chat, I don't know if this is because again, some of the intros on the other productions were pretty great. Like that the Evil Jordan. Do we have to go back and play Evil Jordan? But this beat is just really catchy. I like this beat. Front runner for favorite, and I keep forgetting. The problem is with the features not listed, and then on the track list that I'm looking at here, they're not saying Radar's not featuring Metro Booming. It's just Metro Tag, so just Metro doing the production. But that beat as well too, of course, great. And the good credit beat with Kendrick, and both Kendrick beats, I guess, were great. I guess we said that when we were talking about the intro beats as well too. So yeah, Waking Up Filthy, strong track. I can't believe we just missed one of our potential favorite tracks off this album. It just shows you that we weren't paying attention. But does it just lose credibility for the rest of the album? Maybe it does, but we're doing our due diligence to try to go back as well too. So we were on trim, shout out. I think it's a future feature right here that we will definitely work. Oh, chat, whoops. Okay, back to trim. There we go. Locking back in. The second half of Kentucky, Alabama. What's even going on? Is Coach Calipari still there? Wait a second. Have I just been totally in a coma since Carti dropped last? Imagine, chat. 2020, you're like, what has happened in the last 5 years? I haven't been paying attention. Like, I only want to get online. I only log online to look up the Playboi Carti album. So every time he drops, I just check in the news. So welcome to 2025. This is the first time you're logging into the internet. X, it's not even Twitter anymore. It's X now you're logging into. It's so many things. For some reason, that was the number one change in the last 5 years is Twitter to X. But it is a bit of a macrocosm of what's going on, in a way. Now we're making points, chat. We're just going back to the head bobs and chilling out instead. We should just hitch style dancing, chat. Just keep it right here. If there's anything you can learn from Hitch, and not to say that, if you're gonna look at Hitch in a negative light, then go for it. But the dance moves are helpful. Just keep it right in the pocket. Future, dropping some nice melodic tunes right in here, chat. Kevin James. Maybe Kevin James is still even doing a better dancer than us. It just is what it is, chat. And it's infinite. I mean, speaking of loops, you can loop that move forever. Switch it to the beat however you need. Hey, put it in, chat. It's a playlist song. Not the most dynamic feature performance we've had so far, but Future and Carti. Future, really good production. And these are really classic Future flows, so I know we're not really paying attention to what they're saying, which, if we were re-listening to the songs, knowing the words, getting into it, that would help. But just for what we're hearing, chat, still good vibes. So everybody's doubled up, so I guess we got 3 Travis, 3 Future, an Uzi, a Skepta in the weekend. So I don't know if we're going to... We still got 10 songs to get a couple more weekend features as well, too. And, 4 of the last 5 of the last 6 tracks features as well. So again, keeping the middle of the album entertaining. We're on track 19. We're in the home stretch, chat, but, we've listened to basically a full album, and it's still like, okay, there's a freshness that's still here. There's still new voices that are being heard, and again, I don't know how you want to evaluate an album of the features versus the guy, but an album is the album. If the features are on the album, they're on the album. It doesn't matter Playboi Carti, it's a Playboi Carti album or not. He curated it, and he needs, the credit for putting the final product together at the end of the day. And, obviously, the producer and everybody involved, but, it's just, the one name, of course, as we do with the artist, Carti gets the love, but to keep even, the fact that it's still a mix of guys, and it's like, is it more of a producer album at this point, like a Metro album, the fact that it's got so many Travis features on it? But it doesn't matter. I want to hear Travis on a song, man. I don't know what to tell you. I like Travis Scott. I like Kendrick Lamar. I like Future. I like The Weeknd. I don't know what else to tell you. Those are guys that are in my rotation, and if they're on a Playboi Carti song, probably gonna like those songs. Probably gonna be listening to those songs. It's like Playboi Carti knows what he's doing to get streams, chat. It's like Playboi Carti knows how to play the game. It's kind of like he's a smart businessman. Or is he a businessman? I like this this noise, this drug word noise, chat. This cane noise, cocaína noise. I like this beat. It's Carti back in that more like. That was that a top 5 worst Carti impression ever, chat? It might have been. Clip it. Yikes. But it's that little more Carti high octave type stuff. Now the voice is getting deeper pressure. Is that Carti that high octave type? I don't know. Oh, nose, chat. I'm an idiot. I said noise. That would make more sense as you would put the cocaína up the nose. That part is going to get taken out, chat. We just got copyrighted right there, I bet. Yikes. So stay tuned, subscribe. This stream will be reposted after it gets fixed. Oh, golden buzzer. Oh, and Ty Dolla Sign fitting in perfect. Oh. Is that Thug and Ty Dolla Sign kind of at the same time? I don't know if, I guess we'd have to go through the Thug Ty Dolla Sign feature history, but you know. Oh, another Paddock shout out. Paddocks must be hot right now. Do we need to get on TikTok? Rollies are done. Paddocks are in. Oh, chat. This might be the most fun song so far. Again, we're a long ways away from that Metro song. We're going to hold a lot of space. And even Evil Jordan as well, too. And, of course, Kendrick. But we're now, of course, tiring ourselves with Lady Kendrick. But, but this is crazy, chat. I like this one. Who's producing this one, chat? We need to get a producer shout out. Wheezy! Of course! Wheezy! He did it again, chat. Wheezy, Ty Dolla Sign, Young Thug, Playboi Carti. It's a recipe for success, and they got one. Put this in the rap caviar. Woo! Oh, chat, hot take. Does Thug have the best performance of the album so far? Is it Thug? Am I just excited that Thug is back? Oh, Olympian chat. Carti, we're 22 songs in the album. We're still getting hits. Carti, is he waving me over? This is kind of a little more, a whole lot of red. This is still in that Carti bag, but this has got some throwback vibes to it. Take me back to the SoundCloud chat. He's saving some of those beats for the end. Cliff Shane, DJ Moon on the beat. Nick Spiders. And to not go as trap heavy with that last beat as well, too. Again, just little variety. You're getting some strong features. You can go a little melodic with the singing performance. Like of the strongest singers in hip-hop, for sure. Two of the strongest male lyricist rappers we have right now. Two of the strong male vocalist rappers we have right now. And you can kind of mix it up a little bit with your bag there with the beats. And now you're back in that Playboi Carti mix here with Olympian. And I guess I don't know how. Let us know, chat, how you guys are listening to the Playboi Carti music. Like, is Playboi Carti music? It is, of course, I think, very production centric. But are you guys listening to it like production? Like, I mean, of course, you're playing it in all these different settings. But are you playing it to sing along word for word for? Like, not to say that again. We'll go back to what we were saying earlier. Like, depending on what the lyrics are, you can sing word for word with anything. But I do like to be able to, of course, you like to be able to go toe for toe with the guy in a track. You like to be able to think, hey, in the car, in the shower, in the whatever room, whatever, in the kitchen, whipping up dinner. I like to think I could be able to go toe for toe with any of these guys on the track. And for me, sometimes, like, singing along with some of the Carti stuff is a little, am I just going to be, I mean, of course, if it's your thing, it's your thing. I'm just saying, again, for me, like, I don't know if I'm necessarily, like, queuing up Carti to go sing bar for bar with what Carti's doing. Like, the production, the beats, the vibe, that's what it's there for. But a lot of the times in the setting that I'm listening to, I like at least, again, maybe, gym type stuff where I'm not going to be, and maybe there is a guy in the gym walking around just blurting out the Playboi Carti ad-libs just as he's hitting the chest flies. But, in some settings where maybe, you can get a little more focused on the production, maybe, maybe we'll actually Playboi Carti be finding his way into the rotation in those moments, chat. Playboi Carti, are you witnessing live the moment of us getting Playboi Carti in as a rotation player, chat? At least for 2025, this is a moment. I Am Music, this is what we build towards. OPM, baby, is the name of the song that we're on. Are we even still on the screen, chat? We're way off the screen at this point. Playboi Carti, can he take us home? The stretch run, can he do it, chat? Do we have any features left? Was that the feature run? Is this the Playboi Carti run right here? Uh-oh. This is where Playboi Carti's really going to put me to the test, chat. We're getting the... We'll get Playboi Carti featuring Playboi Carti different styles on these tracks. We'll see. It's still... I mean, who do we have left, chat? So, like we said, so 2 for Future already. Unless we could get the third Future. We could get a third Kendrick. I saw one of the things I did see on... And now that we have got 2 Kendrick features. And of course, you guys probably already heard this through already. But I did see 3 potential Kendrick features. So we could have 1 Kendrick feature left. Could that be like a... I imagine he'll end this out with a solo track. But maybe like second to last, third to last. Maybe that's where he really goes in with the Drake diss. Playboi Carti's like, let me just tuck this away 30 songs in. Then maybe Drake won't be too worried about hearing about this one. But I guess, I don't know if we'll see another Ty Dolla $ign, but another Young Thug, if we got multiple Young Thugs, I feel like he might have put another one in pause earlier in the track list. He kind of was establishing the features. But Future, we didn't get till track 14, of course. So like we said earlier, another Weekend. Or, I guess, a Lil Uzi Vert as well, too. We got one Lil Uzi if he's dipping back into that bag, too. And I guess that would be waiting for Uzi at track 18. So, if, you know, Thug at track 21 and another Thug in there a little bit later. But then again, one of the reasons that he, like we were saying, he said he delayed the album was for Thug to hop off on the album. So, honestly, chat, putting the pieces together, worth the wait. If part of the delay was Thug hopping on for this track, then, hey, this was one of the better tracks in the album. It needed to be on there. Let's go, chat. Not that Ty Dolla $ign couldn't have carried this by himself, but Thug needed to be on this album. I'm glad we got him. The man's back. Twin Trim. Psychedelic, chat. Upbeat. It's happy. Oh, no beat drop yet. He got us. The drums. The hi-hats, chat. There it is. Whoa, we were not paying attention. Again, another sort of triumph. I like the back and forth between the trap and then he's going to kind of ease in with some horns and something a little more laid back. Still, obviously, Playboi Carti inspired. That's still not off his sound. But I could see some of these sounds being used in different, like, I could see it being linked back. I could see it being multiple productions based around some of these different songs. Oh, there's Uzi, chat. So there's the second Uzi. And this is another win. This is another win. So I don't know at what point in a 30-song album do we give it a win, but even for the songs that we haven't saved, like, we've slowed down a little bit, I guess, saving some of these songs in the latter half. I guess we still have to get to these songs here, but at some point they're just like, there's so many songs that you save in here, the album has to become a win if it gives you enough quality. And of course, the future conversations, where does this album rank? You know, I haven't even thought as too well, like, compared to what we've listened to. Now, comparisons of Thief of Joy, chat. Here's where we steal the joy from the episode. Like Wheezy, is Wheezy back, chat? Wheezy, let him cook. Oh! So this is the type of song. Are you going? Maybe you are, chat. But I can see you guys being vibing out, listening to the music for sure. Like the kids, man. How you guys listening to Playboi Carti out there? Ooh, we got a build here. The choir's back. Some fun lyrics here from our boy. He's gonna beat it up, chat. He's not sampling beats, he's sampling a lyrics, chat. Yeah, chat, this is song 25. He might have nailed the soundscape for this one, honestly. And again, I will admit, I am of course approaching this as a newer Playboi, not a newer Playboi Carti guy, but as somebody who again doesn't revisit as much of his catalog as possible. So if this is not the proper evolution of his sound forward, and 30 songs of the same Playboi Carti, like I don't know what the bigger conversation will be in terms of him as an artist, but for what I was expecting Playboi Carti's sound to be in this album. And it's still like in his fourth album, there's still some current stuff that he can get away with. Like, you evolve, whenever you need to, like mix it up and, just creatively go after with what you're ever, as an artist, go after with whatever you need to go after. But if he's going to stay in this lane where it's like, okay, is this still some of the classic Playboi Carti stuff? Then I think he still has liberty to do that at this point in his career. You know, again, 5-year wait for an album, maybe that would not be quite it. But with some of the mix up in this scape chat, I think there's classic, there's new feature, maybe the new features as well too, with Kendrick getting in the mix. And again, just really locking in on the Travis and Futures are really going. The awesome Young Thug that we just got as well too. Like, this is a good listen. This is a really good listen. And again, the 30 song, hour 16 of it, how will that just be revisited as a full project compared to the hits, compared to the other albums that we got this year? You know, like, how are we going to compare this album to the Alchemist album, chat, like, over time? Like, it'll be one of those things where the Alchemist album a little more condensed. You know, we revisit it maybe more, but, and again, I'm just hypothetically speaking in the future, but it's only 10 songs. So it's like there's only so much to revisit, where, you know, we're obviously revisiting more than 10 songs from this Playboi Carti's, but if you revisit half of the Playboi Carti album, it's still 15 songs. You know, it's a third longer than, so sometimes the music math can get weird for ranking this stuff, and you just got to see what sticks and what doesn't. And, you know, is the quality of this outmatched the performance and the legs of this? And sometimes an album like GNX can, and Chromacopia, and those albums can check off Hurry Up Tomorrow, like, the albums can check off both of the boxes. But ooh, and I guess he hasn't necessarily, for me to pay attention, I was expecting maybe a, like, one of those epic weekend level transitions, and I don't know if we've gotten quite that yet. But again, smooth listen so far for sure. So do we expect one more feature? What do we got? 4 songs left. We may have used up the feature artist, but again, I think Playboi Carti's played it perfectly at this point. If he's gonna, I guess it would be walk us home with these last 6 tracks. But I guess the anticipation of maybe a feature in these last couple can be like, okay, we're content, chat. We've reached contentness at track 27. Track 27, Playboi Carti got us there. Hey, yo. Whoa. Yikes. But that is really a bravo, chat. You got to give the man some credit for 27 songs. He kept us entertained. He brought great production. He brought great artists. And he brought a strong performance, chat. Playboi Carti, 5 years. Was it worth the wait? I mean, honestly, this album is for the Playboi Carti fans. Is it worth the wait for you? This is, for me, the moment of, I'm here, Playboi Carti, day 1, week 1. Let's get hyped up. Let's do it. Let's be excited. All that stuff. So this is that first, like, real in the moment Playboi Carti experience for an album drop. But for those that have, you know, been enjoying the Playboi Carti career, and for those that are expecting maybe certain different things, I don't know. You guys will just have to let us know on it. You DM us. Of course, the DMs are open on Instagram. You guys can comment on the feed, of course, afterwards as well, too. And how does this compare to his other soundscapes? I mean, we'll go back and listen and compare it as well, too. But nothing can compare to experiencing it as it happens, chat. Pause. So, you know, what were you guys expecting? Did this Playboi Carti sound and evolve the same way? Did you want him to evolve? Is Playboi Carti need to evolve? You know, what evolutions are you guys thinking of? What would Charles Darwin think of Playboi Carti, chat, is basically what we're asking, you know. But HBA, I'm liking this one too. It's giving me those what was that Travis song, chat? Wake Up Filthy. It's giving me a little Wake Up Filthy vibes. So yeah, you know, it's a little repetitive-ish in the back half of the album for sure. And, you know, not hearing Travis on this one yet. I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for myself. Are we going to get a feature on this? No feature on HBS. Yes, so yeah, I think I would say outside of Thug or Kendrick, we might be done for features for the night, chat. But, you know, to get finally a little repetitive 28 songs in, and again, maybe, you know, what do you want to find as repetitive here throughout the album? But for a beat to be like, okay, I kind of have gotten that beat already. And that's, you know, that's the thing with album curation, chat. And Not to say that you couldn't put together a 30-song album of just a soundscape that would totally make sense, 30 songs together, and each song would have an additive role in that. But if you're going to put 30 songs in, there's going to be some songs where are you getting the sound that this song can provide, but this maybe is a little bit better. And then, like in the Travis example, this has a feature as well too. So maybe it's in the locked-inness that we've been in through the course of the album. Like, our ability to connect the sounds of the beats together like that, maybe this is just us putting it together for the first time. Pause. Like, if we went back and revisited the album, there'd be more connecting sounds throughout it, and more, oh, this beat is that and this beat that. But again, with the variety of the features, like, you just want to hear the different verses and the different performances as well too through a majority of the middle of the album. So 30 songs. What's the track list here for solo? Okay, I'm gonna just spoil it for the last two and see. Oh no, so yeah, solo Playboi Carti for the last two. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So half the album is solo Playboi Carti, and half the album is songs with features. And that's 15, including, again, Radar with Metro. So the Metro, and not that, Metro's the only producer worth of elevating in that. Right? Wheezy and these guys that are events level producers in their own right. But just, of course, with Metro, he gets that respect. Like, that could be considered a feature as well too. So you could say 16 features on this album, 16 feature songs. 1, 2, double check the math. Well, we'll throw in Radar for we counted it in the last count for the solos. Overly chat, good start to the song. I'm in. But we'll count it in for the features as well too. But so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, chat. Okay, I can't do math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, whatever. Half the album. Jesus Christ, chat. I can't count. 30 songs in. An album 16 later. Carti, he fried our brain with the head bobs, chat, and we can't count up the songs at the end. It's just what it is. But, yeah. Either way, perfect balance. Great soundscape for what he's able to provide. And the features all, I think, showed up as well, too. I think everybody really performed well in their tracks. The guys that showed up multiple times, like even Future, I think was mixing up his flows in his songs. And, him and Travis, could they potentially get a little repetitive in some of the songs? Again, not that Kendrick couldn't give you 2 melodic or 2 rap or whatever, but, he at least gave you one of each. Travis was giving you some hooks and some verses and some different stuff throughout his performance as well too. So really bravo, chat. Shout out to Playboi Carti. 1 track to go after Overly. South Atlanta, baby. An homage to South Atlanta. An outro. Carti with some feelings, pouring out his feelings at the end of the track. I might have to go on mute and pay attention, chat. Let's see if there's some lyrics here. Playboi Carti, where's he gonna take us? South Atlanta, baby. Here we go. The last track, Playboi Carti, I Am Music. We did it, people. Thanks for listening to the ride. We're not going anywhere, but shout out to you guys that made it through. They create their own genre track. Playboi Carti created a lane. Southside on the beat. Playboi Carti, the story of his life. Is this his version of Duckworth? Not getting 3 beat switches, but still solid. 30 seconds left, chat. Playboi Carti. Shout out. We have to give credit where credit is due. The man dropped the project, chat. That sounds like a... You'd quote that. That could go either way. But the man gave us a solid, enjoyable body of work for, again, a guy like me. The Playboi Carti is not the thing in the rotation, but there are songs here that are going to stay. There's songs that I want to revisit. There's songs that I'm excited to listen to again. Performances that I'm excited to go back and listen to again. I mean, right away, should we just go back to that? I want to go back to Evil Jordan and to Radar right away. Let's go. Should we go intro of Evil Jordan and then to Radar? Let me remind myself what we had here, chat. That was an hour ago. But the spooky vibes. The mystery, chat. I feel like it's a scene from Hubie Halloween. This is the first bar of the verse right there. Again, this project, I think, with the other projects, we've also, I feel like, been able to... I've had a sense of where I've immediately wanted to go with it in the rankings. Again, it's a short ranking at this point for early in the year, but it's like, oh no, this one is definitely, I feel like this one's got strengths over this one, and this one's got strengths over this one, and I'm revisiting this in this way. I can see where this rotation's going and developing in a certain way with this project over this project. But yeah, Evil Jordan's solid, chat, but I think some of these feature performances is going to be the ones that, of course, we're going to be graduating to. Yeah, Metro, chat. Pulled up strong with this one. So I'm going to have to think about this, too, like where to set this in the yearly ranking. Of course, the yearly ranking will be adjusted as well. And immediately, where does it compare? How does it rank? Blah, blah, blah. But, just it's the conversation that we have. It's a part of the game that we are interested in. So... a really great project, chat. You love to see it. Playboi Carti. Hopefully you fans, it was worth the wait. Hopefully you guys had a great time listening to this album on your own. Hopefully you had a great time listening to it with us. Of course, we enjoyed listening to it with you guys as well. And we had to do that Tupac album react on Tuesday, not because it's the anniversary for an album that we love so much, but because if Playboi Carti was rumored to drop, you just never know. So it's like, can we do at least one album react this week? But we got the second album react in. Playboi Carti actually dropped and gave us some Kendrick, gave us some Future, some Young Thug, and just some really fun Playboi Carti trap beats, chat. Really some fun verses. And I was trying to think too, like, because we were doing the athlete comps for Playboi Carti, but is it Ben Simmons if he gave us a couple of good verses, chat? Take 5 years off and just play again. Maybe is there a little Kawhi with Playboi Carti in the game? But Kawhi, I think, is a little past it. Like, is he a little farther into his career than maybe we think Playboi Carti would be? Versus, I guess I don't know what his plans are for how long he's gonna be dropping music for, chat. But yeah, like a good, not unreliable, but maybe not always present guy. But the conversation's there. The impact is there. The influence is there. Like, does Kawhi have the influence of Playboi Carti, Playboi Carti is just straight up, of course, one of the most influential guys in the game. And I don't know if Kawhi is, to go back to that all-time draft thing, like Kawhi is one of the best defenders the league has ever seen, has had moments of being arguably the best offensive player in the league at a given time. But is he a type of player that's replicable throughout history? In a different type. Of course, he got Scottie Pippen comparisons, and any of these great guys are going to be one-of-one elements in their own ways. But again, like Carti's influence to a guy like, I'm sure I've heard people have this conversation before, but to a guy like J. Cole, it's just an interesting conversation where there's legacy things, is there bodies of work, and just there's different arguments that you would have where you go, oh yeah, of course Cole is, of course you would have him in certain spots and lists in this type of way. But if you're just going, how did they impact the sound of the game in a certain way? I mean, we all know what Carti's influence was able to do. And so, to once again prove that he can bring a high level quality project in that lane, chat, is very, very impressive to entertain us through 30 songs. And what is even the list of 30 song albums? Like, you get into 20 song albums, you're like, oh, you're getting into territory here. But non-deluxe Okay, we got to look up this. We got to look this up real quick, chat. Before we get out of here, real quick. What are the best, like, 30 song albums of all the, like, non-compilations, just an actual studio album. Not like even a kid's album, chat. An album, Nursery Rhymes. Okay, Adele dropped an album titled 30, of course. I don't think that album had anywhere near 30 songs on it. But if we're going best and 30, that is probably it's gonna be hard to outsearch the Google search. Best one. Best, chat. Sometimes working with AI, you get to, sometimes your grammar has to be on point. Best 30 track albums. We'll see if we get a list here that pops up. If this is even a thing that exists. I mean, see, like, you go longest albums of all time, and then I feel like you get into a different category. And then, like, some deluxes, some re-releases. Oh, what's that Mad Lib album? What's that Pinata? How long is that? Pause. Hey, yo. Pinata didn't have like 100 songs or something like that. Is there like a 100 song Pinata birthday compilation? Great, chat. That's not what we want. I feel like Freddie Gibbs and Madlib for their Pinata album, which might be a 20 song album. I guess, is the deluxe on Spotify? I'm stupid, chat. I can just go look up the deluxe on Spotify. I'm trying to Google some article to find out how many songs are in this album. But yeah, and that song, Freddie Gibbs, that Pinata album in general, you know, it's a nice album. It's not, if it's over an hour, it's not too bad. And of course, it's an all-time. It's literally one of the all-time greats. So it's an hour worth listening to. It's an hour on the dot. I mean, Madlib, perfect. Freddie Gibbs, just excellent curators, chat. Let's get these numbers up on Pinata. Let's run this album up. What are we doing? But for the deluxe on this one, and again, that doesn't even count because it's the deluxe album. Like Playboi Carti is first drop 30 songs. Here is it. Wait, pause. Like, here's the album. No holes barred. It doesn't matter. I'm barren. No edits, chat. We'd leave nothing on the ground floor. Everything I've worked on it for those 5 years. Here it is. Yeah, and I guess this is with the... Oh, yeah, so this has got the instrumentals and the remixes on it. 81 songs on the deluxe version. But for some reason, I was thinking there were some non-instrumentals on here. But yeah, you get some remixes as well, too. But regardless, an 81-song album. So outside of the Pinata Deluxe, that's what Playboi Carti's got to shoot for next. Oh, chat, why did I do that? Get rid of it. But anyways, yeah, shout out Playboi Carti. Excellent job. Really enjoyed. Hopefully you guys did too. And we will be back later this weekend as well. Playboi Carti really took up a lot of time in the sports world. I guess we did do 2 hours of sports content before this, so it had its time. But it never stops, and we never stop being interested in it, chat. So we'll be back later this weekend. We'll be back Sunday, of course, with a new live stream, chatting up some more stuff going on in the Rem and Sam universe, chat. But that'll be it for tonight. We will be here on the YouTube consistently, on the socials, on the podcast feeds as well, too. You guys can get these as pods. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, they are out there. And I know, like, with Spotify and Apple, we probably could have worked around the copyright thing, but for right now, you know, we're just running the one feed and, the one feed post in multiple ways. So the way to, like, record the music version and then live broadcast the... in the weeds, chat, for IT, but whatever. It's IT's job to figure it out. Maybe we need to somehow, like, do we need to start paying for tuition to IT to go back to school, up their degrees, chat? We need to have a conversation about it. Subscribe to the Rem and Sam pod to get some tuition money for IT so they go back to school, chat, and work on some of these skills. But yeah, we will be out of here.